Welcome to the study of dynamics of motion. In the previous episodes, we learned about the relationship between force and motion, the parameters of motion, and Newton's first and second law of motion. In this episode, we will examine the action and reaction of forces as embodied in Newton's third law of motion. The law states that to every action there is always an equal and opposite reaction. Till now, we have been examining the concept of force and motion in the context of a single object. Often, we come across situations where objects come in contact with one another with a considerable force within a fraction of a second, resulting into a collision. Such kind of a contact is referred to as impact.
Impacts are commonplace. A shot put creates an impact when it hits the ground. There is an impact when a ball is struck by a batsman. Likewise, the cue ball creates an impact when it collides with other balls. These kinds of impacts result from impulsive forces, which are implicit in Newton's second law of motion. An impulsive force can be defined as the force that acts for a time that is short compared to the time of the event. As the impulsive force acts for a very short time, it cannot be measured directly. Therefore, it is measured by determining the change in momentum. The game of billiards is a good example to understand the principle of impulsive force. Here, the cue ball hits the target ball with a certain amount of force, say F. At the contact point, the force gets transferred from the cue ball to the target ball within a small period of time, say delta t. This transfer of force creates a change in the momentum of the target ball, which can be measured as delta p. As per Newton's second law of motion, the change in momentum, delta p, is the product of force F and time of contact, delta t. Therefore, the change in momentum, that is, delta p equals F into delta t, is the impulsive force. If the contact time is increased, the effect of impact will decrease considerably. This can be observed in the game of cricket. When a fielder stretches his palms in the path of the ball, he is likely to suffer an injury as a large force of the ball gets transferred to his palms in a very short contact time. But if he prolongs the time of contact by drawing his palms along the path of the ball, the impact will be less and he will not drop the catch. The consequences of some impact will be quite devastating. Our Earth has witnessed several instances of impacts in its history. One such impact is that of the meteor that struck at Arizona in the US some 50,000 years ago, creating a gigantic crater which was 570 feet deep and 14,000 feet in diameter. In the game of billiards too, the phenomenon of impact can be witnessed when the cue ball strikes the target ball in a very short period. As the cue ball impacts, its entire momentum is transferred to the target ball, making it move in the direction of the force applied by the cue ball. At other instances, a different phenomenon can be observed. Upon contact, the cue ball and the target ball move in opposite directions. Such reactions can be noticed in several situations. The force of the cue ball is the active force, and the force of the target ball is the reactive force. The active force of the cue ball makes the target ball move in one direction, while the reactive force of the target ball acting on the cue ball makes it move in the opposite direction.
Such instances of objects contacting each other and moving in opposite directions are at the center of Newton's third law of motion. The law states that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. A large number of devices work on the principle of the third law of motion.
In rotating sprinklers, there is no mechanical device to rotate the nozzles. Instead, it is the action and reaction of forces that make the sprinkler rotate. While the active force makes water jet out of the nozzles, the reactive force of the water jet pushes the nozzles in the opposite direction, making the sprinkler rotate. Not just simple sprinklers, but rockets too work on the principle of action and reaction. The active force of the burnt fuel escaping from the rocket vent creates an equal and opposite reactive force to provide the thrust needed to propel the rocket on its path.
The three laws of motion which we have dealt so far can be studied in the mechanical system of spring balance used to determine the weight of objects.
When not in use, the pointer rests at 0. It continues to rest at that point until it is made to change that position by the application of an external force, such as a 1 kilogram weight. The external force of the weight makes the pointer move in the direction of the force applied. This movement is as per Newton's first law of motion, which states that a body continues to be in a state of rest or in a state of uniform motion in a straight line unless it is compelled to change that state by external forces. Thus, Newton's first law gives the definition of force. In the spring balance, the principle of the second law of motion can also be observed. The force required to move the pointer downwards is generated by the force of gravity acting on the mass of 1 kilogram. As a result of the gravity force, the pointer moves downwards with a changing velocity, leading to change in momentum of the pointer. The momentum so produced in the pointer is proportional to the gravity force of 1 kilogram force acting on it. This is all about the second law of motion, which states that the rate of change of momentum of bodies is proportional to the applied force and takes place in the direction in which the force acts.
The principle of the third law of motion can also be observed in the spring balance. When the weight is suspended, the pointer moves up and down the scale before coming to rest. The downward swing is due to the active force of the weight, and the upward swing is due to reactive force of the spring caused by the weight. When the active and reactive forces get balanced, the pointer comes to rest.
This, in fact, is what the third law of motion states, that for every action there is always an equal and opposite reaction.
Each of the three laws is set to serve one objective. The first law defines force as an external agency that changes or tends to change the state of rest or of uniform motion of a body in a straight line. The second law provides for the measurement of force in terms of the rate of change of momentum, which is a vector quantity. The third law specifies the action and reaction properties which are inherent in all forces whenever they come into play. In addition, the third law, in combination with the second law, indicates the principle of the conservation of momentum.
Momentum always gets conserved. For instance, when the bullet is not fired, the momentum of the gun, PG, and the bullet, PB, is 0. PG plus PB equals 0. when the bullet gets fired. According to the third law of Newton, the gun exerts a force on the bullet, Fg. And the bullet, in turn, exerts a force, minus Fb, of the same magnitude on the gun, but in an opposite direction. These forces obviously act for the same small length of time, delta t. By Newton's second law, the momentum acquired by the bullet and gun are Pb equals Fb into delta t. Pg equals minus Fg into delta t. Since the action and reaction are simultaneous in a very short time, delta t gets cancelled. Therefore, the momentum acquired by the bullet is equal to the product of the mass and velocity of the bullet. Pb equals mb into vb, where mb is the mass of the bullet and vb the velocity of the bullet. And the momentum acquired by the gun, minus pg, is equal to mg into minus vg, where pg is the momentum acquired by the gun, mg is the mass of the gun, and minus vg is the velocity of the gun. The total momentum when the bullet gets fired is mb into vb plus mg into vg, which is equal to 0.
This implies that the total momentum before and after the firing remains constant at 0. This kind of action and reaction, where the momentum of the bodies in a system get conserved, has yielded the law of conservation of momentum. The law of conservation of momentum states that when two or more bodies interact with one another, their total momentum remains constant, provided no external forces are acting.
This can be clearly illustrated with the game of caroms. When the striker hits the formation of coins, the momentum of the striker gets completely transferred to the coins, resulting in their motion. Thus, the total momentum before and after the strike gets conserved and remains constant, provided no external forces act on it.
The principle of conservation of momentum, like the three laws of motion, is in action everywhere. Examine such situations and explain how the laws are operating in them. This will enhance your understanding of the Newton's law of motion.
Besides your own textbooks, read the books suggested here. Principles of Physics by N. Subramaniam and Brijlal, published by S. Chand & Co. Limited, New Delhi, 1990. Physics textbook by Arvind Kumar, B.K. Sharma, P.C. Jain and others, published by the National Council of Educational Research and Training, New Delhi, 2002. Pradeep's Fundamental Physics by K.L. Gomba and K.L. Gogia, published by Pradeep Publications, Jalandhar, 2003. Engineering Mechanics by S. Timoshenko and D.H. Young, published by McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1956. The questions for you to answer are: define impulsive force and impact. Describe various situations of impact in real life. Define the third law of motion. Describe active and reactive forces with suitable examples. Define the law of conservation of momentum and explain how Newton's second and third law coexist to conserve momentum. If you have any doubts to clarify, or if you wish to watch the unit again, write to the Director, Consortium for Educational Communication, NSC Campus, Aruna Asaf Ali Marg, New Delhi 110067, or email us at cec@del12.vsnl.in. You can also write to the Director, Educational Multimedia Research Center, University of Calicut, Calicut University, PO 673635. Email ID is emmrccalicut@yahoo.
Welcome to the session on physical media of information. First of all, let us examine the evolution of physical media. We all know that effective communication is essential for a variety of reasons. It serves to inform, motivate, establish authority and control, and allows for emotive expressions. For humans in particular, communication is vital for creating a sense of social cohesion. We know that all animal species have perfected a system of communication, but humans are the only species capable of spoken language. Just as mankind has evolved over the centuries, the means of communication have also followed suit. What began as primitive cave paintings and sign language has developed into an endless variety of ways to express oneself to other human beings. The most well-known form of primitive communication is cave paintings. The method involved creating pigments made from the juice of fruits and berries, colored minerals, or animal blood. These pigments were then used to create depictions of primitive life on the cave walls. The purpose of the paintings has been questioned by scholars for years. But the most popular theory states that the depictions were used as a manual for instructing others what animals were safe to eat. Although people were leaving messages on cave walls 25,000 to 30,000 years ago, the first examples of writing did not appear until about 5,000 years back, when Mesopotamian scribes began writing on clay tablets. These clay tablets are said to have been about the thickness of a pie crust. The Egyptians developed a more flexible writing surface by joining strips of papyrus and then placing a cross layer on top. The layered papyrus sheets were then hammered flat, dried in the sun, and then polished smooth. Up to 20 sheets were then passed together and rolled up to a scroll. By the 2nd century BC, the Greeks started using parchment made from goat skin or sheepskin and vellum from calf skin. Parchment had two advantages over papyrus. The first advantage is that both sides could be written on, and moreover its thickness could be modified according to need. Along with these, barks of trees, leaves, clothes, metal plates, especially copper, silver and gold, were also used in varying degrees in different parts of the world. According to legend, paper was invented in 105 AD in China. Paper was thinner and more flexible than papyrus or parchment. Paper making had spread to the Arab world by the 8th century, and it surfaced in Spain in the 12th century. However, paper did not come into common use in Europe until the 15th century, when the printing press was invented. The 20th century witnessed the emergence of many storage media, mostly mediated by machines like punched cards, punched tapes, microforms, which include microfilm, microfiche, ultrafiche, magnetic tapes, magnetic drums, magnetic discs, and optical media like CD-ROMs, VCDs, DVDs, and so on. The varieties of physical media are constantly on the increase. Now let us examine the most important media that have evolved over the period of time. First of all, let us take stones. Stone was the principal writing material in use in ancient India. Engravings on stone, as Emperor Ashoka himself expresses, are such as to endure for a long time. Such engravings were made on rocks, slabs, smoothened or rough pillars, images, caskets, vases, etc. Stone slabs or columns used to be inscribed with grand deeds, royal eulogy, that is praises to the kings, proclamations, agreements between individuals or kings, and even with literary works. For example, the Kurmakshata, a poetical work in Prakrita by the scholar King Bhoja of Dara, is engraved on stone slabs. Putting inscriptions on stone pillars is a very old tradition. Emperor Ashoka got his edicts inscribed on rocks and also on stone pillars. The next in the series was clay tablets, which made their origin from 3100 BC. In the river plains of Mesopotamia, where writing first developed, clay is an easily available commodity. Naturally, it became the writing material of the temple scribes. Their implement for writing was a piece of reed cut to form a rectangular end. These two ingredients defined the first script. Characters were formed from the wedge-shaped marks which a corner of the reed makes when pressed into the damp clay, a style of writing known as cuneiform. Cuneiform means wedge-shaped. Clay tablets, dried hard in the sun, made an almost indestructible temple archive, but they were not convenient for sending messages because of their weight. Papyrus began from 3000 BC. The discovery of an easily portable substance to write on is almost as old as writing itself. Around 3000 BC in Egypt, people began making a flexible, smooth surface which would accept and retain ink without blur or smudge. It came to be known by the name of the aquatic plant which grew by the Nile, that is papyrus. To make a scroll, strips are cut down the length of the plant. The broader ones are laid side by side to form a rectangle, and others are then laid across at right angles. By a process of wetting and pressure, sometimes with added adhesive, the two layers bind. They are then hammered flat and dried in the sun, after which the upper side is polished smooth with a piece of ivory or a shell. It remained in regular use longer than any other material in the history of written documents, and thus has emerged as one of the most important elements in the history of writing. Next came bamboo, which began to be used in China from 1500 BC. It was an indigenous plant in China. Bamboo proved to be convenient as a writing material as papyrus in Egypt. Chinese characters at this early period are written in vertical columns. So a thin strip of bamboo is ideal for a single column. To create a longer document, two lines of thread link each bamboo strip to its neighbor. The modern Chinese character for a book evolved from a pictogram of bamboo strips threaded together. Bamboo books survived from as early as 400 BC, but records indicate that they were in use at least 1000 years earlier to it. Next comes wax, leaves and wood, which made their origin from the 5th century BC. In many parts of the ancient world, people used renewable notebooks. They are small tablets with a waxed surface. After being written on, the wax can be warmed and smoothed over for use on another occasion. Scribes in all civilizations are skillful at making use of local materials. Palm trees provided the leaves of documents in the many parts of India. The earliest known Buddhist texts are known on strips of birch bark. When the Romans were in Britain, far from their usual supplies of papyrus, they made thin veneer-like tablets from English trees for their correspondence. A very popular material for writing purposes in ancient India was birch bark, also called Bhojapatra in Sanskrit. The birch is moderate sized tree growing in the Himalayas at a height of nearly 14,000 feet. The inner bark of this tree was used for writing. Then comes parchment and vellum, which made their origin from 2nd century BC onwards. During the 2nd century BC, people in the region of the Mediterranean began using a much more expensive alternative to papyrus. The substance is parchment, a form of leather. Ordinary leather has occasionally been used for these purposes since about 2500 BC, but only one side can be written on. This was the major limitation. With parchment, both sides are treated and rubbed until smooth to form a flexible double surface. By the 2nd century AD, parchment became a serious rival to papyrus. From the 4th to 15th century, it remained the standard writing surface, evidenced by the fact that almost all famous manuscripts were produced in parchment. For the most expensive books, a softer and finer version is often used, known as vellum, and made from the hides of young or sometimes unborn calves, kids and lambs. Paper started its origin from 105 AD. The most far-reaching invention of making paper is attributed to an official in the imperial court of China named Zai Lun in the year AD 105. It was made from rags and the fibers of mulberry, laurel and Chinese grass. To make a sheet of paper, these substances are repeatedly soaked, pounded, washed, boiled, strained and bleached. The mush is left to drain in a mesh frame and then dried. The result is thinner and more flexible than papyrus or parchment and much more adaptable to methods of large scale production. This secret took about 1,000 years to reach Europe through Arab traders. Paper became common in Europe by the 15th century and began to be used in the printing of books. Then comes the microforms. Microform is a general term used to describe the microfilm, microfiche or micropics used for the storage of documents that have been photographed and reduced in size in order to conserve space or to preserve materials that deteriorate rapidly. Microforms first got their start in 1839 when John Benjamin Danzer created the first microphotographs using the famed daguerreotype process of printing. The format really gained some public ground when they were officially supported by the annual meeting of the American Library Association in 1936. At this time, they were fully endorsed by the organization and came into common use. Though the Library of Congress had been using microforms since 1927, by 1940, microfilms were developed and the rest is history. The main types of microforms are: 1. Microfilm. Microfilm is a reel of film which requires a special camera to reduce the document to 1% of its original size. 16 mm or 35 mm standard is used, usually unperforated. Roll microfilm is stored on open reels or put into cassettes. The standard length for using roll film is 100 feet. Then comes microfiche. A microfiche is a flat film 105 millimeter into 148 millimeter in size. It carries a matrix of micro images. All microfiche are read with text parallel to the long side of the fiche. Along the top of the fiche, a title may be recorded for visual identification. Office size papers or magazine pages require a reduction of 24 or 25. Microfiche are stored in open top envelopes which are put in drawers or boxes as file cards or fitted into pockets in purpose-made books. Thirdly comes ultrafish. It's a variant of microfiche that holds up to 1000 document pages per 4 into 6 inch sheet of film in the place of 270 pages contained by the normal microfiche. Though microforms have many advantages like incredibly lesser storage space, cheapness and durability, they are useless unless the viewer has the proper microform reader. Moreover, though they have a longer life, they are prone to deterioration. With the advent of electronic resources which provided much more advantages to the user, the fancy for the microforms receded. Then came the digital media. Digital media, otherwise known as electronic media, consists of any media that are encoded in a machine readable format. They can be created, viewed, distributed, modified and preserved on computers. Computer programs and software, digital imagery, digital video, web pages and websites, including social media, data and databases, digital audio such as MP3s and e-books are examples of digital media. The physical forms include magnetic tapes, magnetic drums, magnetic discs and optical media like CD-ROMs, VCDs, DVDs and so on. The classification of information sources. An information source is any system producing information or containing information intended for transmission. Information sources can be divided based on different characteristics like published or unpublished, documentary and non-documentary, print and non-print, etc. Now let us see documentary and non-documentary sources. Documentary sources may be defined as records relating to individuals or groups of individuals that have been generated in the course of their daily lives. They are sometimes described as life stories because they are the accounts of the lives of individuals, families or other social groups. To be specific, documentary sources are physical sources of information that are fit for physical handling. In other words, they are the record in some physical form. They include books, periodicals, reports, patents, diaries, letters, memoirs, photographs, even shopping lists and random jottings. Films can also be treated as document, and more recently video and other technologies have become available. Documentary sources of information are categorized as primary, secondary or tertiary material. These classifications are based on the originality of the material and the proximity of the source or origin. This informs the reader as to whether the author is reporting information that is first hand or is conveying the experiences and opinions of others, which is considered second hand. Determining of a source as primary, secondary or tertiary is somewhat tricky. Let us examine primary sources. Primary sources, as already mentioned, are original materials on which other research is based. They are usually the first formal appearance of results in physical, print or electronic format. They present original thinking, report a discovery or share new information. They provide first-hand testimony or direct evidence concerning a topic under investigation. These sources are records of events or evidence as they are first described or actually happened without any interpretation or commentary. It is information that is shown for the first time or original materials on which other research is based. Primary resources display original thinking, report on new discoveries or share fresh information. In science and technology, journal articles, reports, patents, standards, conference papers, theses or dissertations, government documents, laboratory notebooks, trade literature are considered to be primary sources. In social sciences, on the other hand, memoranda, agenda of meetings, newspaper reports, etc. are also added in this category. In humanities, especially in language and literature, books are considered to be of primary nature. Along with these, theses, dissertations, scholarly materials, some government reports, symposia and conference proceedings, original artwork, poems, photographs, speeches, letters, memos, personal narratives, diaries, interviews, autobiographies and correspondence can also be added. Now let us pass on to the secondary sources. Secondary sources are less easily defined than primary sources. Generally, they are accounts written after the fact with the benefit of hindsight. They are interpretations and evaluations of primary sources. Secondary sources are not evidence, but rather commentary on and discussions of evidence. These sources offer an analysis or restatement of primary sources. They often try to describe or explain primary sources. They tend to be works which summarize, interpret, reorganize or otherwise provide an added value to a primary source. Though most of the secondary sources are likely to contain information in a condensed form, abridged form, there are some which just serve as guides or pointers to primary sources. A typical example is the index or bibliographies. Other sources are textbooks, edited works, books and articles that interpret or review research works, histories, biographies, literary criticism and interpretation, reviews of law and legislation, political analysis and commentaries. Tertiary sources. Tertiary sources compile, analyze and digest primary and secondary sources of information. In other words, they contain information distilled from primary or secondary sources. These are sources that index, abstract, organize, compile or digest other sources. The main role of tertiary sources is to enhance the use of both primary and secondary sources. In this sense, they serve a bibliographical control function. They help in the identification and the selection of primary and secondary sources. The most common sources considered under the purview of tertiary sources are bibliography of bibliographies and guides to literature. Some authors include dictionaries, almanacs and yearbooks also under this category. Now let us examine what is meant by non-documentary sources. It was mentioned earlier that documentary sources are physical sources of information that are fit for physical handling, or they are the record in some physical form. The non-documentary sources of information are live sources that provide information instantly. They include persons or individuals who are experts in their field, research organizations, societies, industries, government establishments, departments, learned and professional bodies, universities, technological institutions, data centers, information centers, referral centers, clearing houses, consultants, technological gatekeeper, etc. To cite an example, if a scientist working on in an experiment needs some information, in all probability he would prefer to consult a colleague rather than turning to a printed page. In the same way, it is handier to have a discussion with an expert than to use a bibliography or index or card catalog or even a consultation with a reference librarian. The referral service offered by libraries mostly point to non-documentary sources. The main advantage of non-documentary sources of information is that it is instantaneous, focused and readily usable. On the flip side comes the high cost involved, especially when the information has to be collected from far off individuals or institutions. However, the information technology gadgets have come in a big way to ward off or remove these difficulties. Now let us see another classification, that is print and non-print. A print document is a document that is created, maintained and used manually, mostly on paper. Other thin surfaces can also be used for printing. It is simply a hard copy of an electronic document. All printed books, journals, newspapers, patents, theses, and other types of documents can be considered in this category. A non-print item, on the other hand, has the following characteristics according to Thomas B. Wall. First, the item must appeal to the sight and or hearing of the user. Second, under normal conditions, the item must require additional equipment for usage. Thirdly, the print word must not represent the essence of the medium. Specific examples of materials meeting the criteria include videotapes, films, audio tapes, slides, transparencies, and film strips. Manuscripts and similar archival materials, realia and artifacts. Certain types of visual materials also come under the group of non-print materials. The term manuscripts, which originally referred to handwritten items, refers now to a body of papers of an individual or a family. Both terms encompass a broad array of documents and records of numerous formats and types. Archival records or manuscripts may include business and personal correspondence, diaries and journals, legal and financial documents, maps, architectural drawings, objects, other histories, computer tape, video and audio cassettes. Realia and artifacts are three-dimensional, and unlike two-dimensional objects such as books and manuscripts, can be either man-made or naturally occurring. While all collateral realia and artifacts are deemed as having documentary value, some are valued for their intrinsic worth, others for their artistic merit, and others for their historical significance or scientific value. Realia and artifacts commonly used for research are war memorabilia such as canteens, mess kits, uniform emblems and badges, jewelry, clothing, etc. The term visual material refers to any primary source in which image instead of or in conjunction with words and or sounds is used to convey meaning. Some common and useful types of visual materials are original art, including but not limited to paintings, drawings, sculpture, architectural drawings and plans. A related term, namely non-book material, also need to be mentioned here. All materials which are not paper based, that is non-book, may be brought within this collection. This would include databases, microcomputers, microfilm, video cassettes and phonorecords. This is not a print collection but a non-book collection. Before you attend the next session, please try to answer the following questions. What is meant by physical media of information? Define documentary sources of information. What are the basic differences between primary, secondary and tertiary sources of information? What are the examples of non-documentary sources of information? The sources for reference are Reference and Information Services, an Introduction, 3rd edition by Castle K. and Hiremath U. Neil Schumann is the publisher. Second, Science and Technology, an Introduction to the Literature, 4th edition by Dennis Grogan. Publisher is Clive Bingley. Third, Information Sources, Services and Systems, Gurudev Singh, published by PHI Learning Private Limited. Fourth, Introduction to Reference Work, 8th edition by William A. Katz, McGraw-Hill, publisher. Fifth, Reference Service, 5th edition by Krishan Kumar, publisher is Vikas. The Reference Sources Handbook by Peter W. Lee, publisher is Library Association. So we have already seen the history of writing materials. I hope this session was interesting and informative. See you next time, and until then, goodbye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have a very special guest from our world, Mr. Mahmoud Saeed, well-known Arab writer, novelist, who is now living in Chicago. We can ask him some questions about the literature and culture of the Iraq, the Mesopotamian culture and Iraq.
Thank you for receiving me, and I appreciate that. You know, the old Iraqi civilization is go deep to thousands of years. The Sumerians live in south of Iraq, and they should install too many big cities. The Sumerians invented about 700 things the first time in the history. Like example, they invented the brick wall building. They invented the asphalt for the street.
Yeah.
And they left thousands of statues and thousands of stones write on it the laws.
We consider Iraq as the cradle of human civilization, especially on the banks of Mesopotamia. This civilization emerged.
Yes, this is the Iraq. This is more than 30 years under Termak and under Coas, and nothing settled from American occupation in Iraq to Iraq. This is more than 10 years from occupation, and the things didn't settle till now. We doesn't have electricity now in Iraq. It come about 2 hours and cut 2 hours, and too many places we don't have cleaning water to drink. Our schools in very bad way. There is schools, they have no roofs up, they have no bathrooms for kids, there is no water to drink, and there is about 20% of our school, there is no chairs, the students sit in the ground. We have about 30% of our kids in the street, they didn't go to school. If you see, our income from oil is very big amount. We are a small country and we have a small population, not more than 30 million, and our income from oil, it's more than 125 billion a year.
Actually, what is the root cause of this all?
This is the amount of the oil, which the income of the oil, this big amount disappear, all of it disappear in the pocket of corruption people.
Okay, actually in 1963,
yes,
with the first coup, you visualized all these things. This will happen to your country.
Yes.
And in almost all novels, you were trying to reflect, or you trying to depict all the socio-political situations in Iraq.
See, our dilemma began from 1959, when the first military coup success and took power. From that time till now, the Iraqi innocent being killed. The military made everything to get everything to their to the soldier. They gave the power, the oil income, everything being ruled by military. Only we saw some peace period in 1967, not more than 1 year after that. Another coup of Ba'ath removed them. They killed Abdul Rahman al-Bazzaz, who was the prime minister, and they took the power again. And from that began the night till Saddam Hussein collapsed. After Saddam Hussein, we thought that the American will make democracy in Iraq, but that is false. The American make another dictatorship religious dictatorship in Iraq, and the things become worse than Saddam Hussein period.
How does this all affect or influence the cultural scenario of Iraq,
Yes,
especially the literature?
you see, there is a full scenario in the American mind to deploy it in Iraq, because they afraid if Iraq become a free country, maybe the rest of Arab countries become free too, and if there is democratic regime in Iraq and Arab countries, Israel will be demolished.
That is the root cause of
This
all
is,
this.
yes,
Yeah.
all this turmoil of Iraq because of Israel. Iraq and Syria, you see what happened in
Yeah.
Syria?
Yeah.
All of this because they want Israel to settle.
Yes.
They don't want strong countries around it.
Yeah, including Egypt.
Even Egypt.
And your famous novel Saddam City,
Yes.
does it reflect all these things?
No, in Saddam City, you see, when I prisoned 6 times in Saddam period. This is last time when I went to the prison. I know they will release me because there is no charges.
Against you?
Always, like always, I prison with no charges because I don't affiliate in Ba'ath Party, and after that I stay one time, I stay 1 year, second 3 months, second 6 months, and so, and I know they will release me. So I decided to write one novel about the prison.
Prison. Actually, this is a story of a prisoner.
Yes, of the prisoner. So I wrote this novel. And when they released me, no, I didn't write it in the prison because they kill me if they know I write any word. When they released me, I wrote it outside the prison, and I fled to Syria to publish it there. The Arab Literature Guild in Syria cheated me. They told me this is a great novel and we will publish it, and they cut 2 chapters of it.
Very important chapters from Saddam City.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Then how did you make it published by others?
I cannot. How can I publish it? I don't have money to publish it. And after that, I regret that.
Okay.
Because if I at that time, I can go to Lebanon to publish it full.
Yeah.
But because maybe I afraid from crossing the border, and I don't have papers
Yeah.
to go to Lebanon. So, and they published it in
You mean
Syria.
travel documents? You don't
Yes,
have
I
travel
didn't
documents
have it
to
because I
cross the
fled,
border.
I fled the border. So when it published with this shortage.
With 2 chapters?
Yes, 2 chapters. When I arrived to America, one of the professors, I gave lectures in Chicago University about the dynamic of Iraqi intellectual.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I gave lecture there. One of the listeners was a professor and in Lake Forest University. He listened to me. After I finished, he told me, I will come with you to your place to see your books. When he came, he knows Arabic.
Yeah.
When he came to my place and he saw my books, he told me, I will translate this novel, and I will translate. He took short stories. I will see what short stories I can translate it to. I told him this novel was paralyzed novel, like man cut his 2 legs.
By the
Yes,
Lebanese publishers.
Yes, how can you translate it and with the short? He said, doesn't mind. Tell me, let me read it and I decide.
Yes.
After 2 months, he told me, I decided now to translate it, but please come to my home, because he lived alone, to ask you questions, because he finished translating, but still some questions. He want to take my permission to understand it. And I went to his home, and he stayed with him maybe 20 days. He finished it. Then he find company in England, Emmrc books. He published it there. Yes.
That what was the response of the Arab world to Saddam City publishing in English?
Yes, better than Iraqis and better than Arabs. So from that books, some people knows me, and you know this about library thing.
The library thing,
yes.
okay. And their star rating is 4-star rating.
Yes.
Equal to Marcus and Orhan Pamuk that you got.
Yes.
Then the rest of the two, they are Nobel laureates.
Yes.
But it means that you are par excellence.
Yes.
Then my question is about the whole works, and how many novels that you have read?
I wrote in Arabic actually about 25.
How many novels are banned in Iraq now?
All of my all of them banned. They don't.
But
now after occupation,
yeah,
the novels which I publish it outside, they send it to Iraq,
yeah,
and they sell it there.
Yeah, then you won award of the government.
But nobody knows me, because the readers there, if you don't publish in your country, nobody knows you from your country.
Yeah, yeah.
Only the critic people, the writers knows me.
They are not popular in Iraq.
No, they're not popular. I am not popular in Iraq at all. I am popular in Chicago more than Iraq.
More than Iraq. But you lived for more than 15 years, I think, in Abu Dhabi.
In Dubai.
In Dubai.
Yes.
And you had a very good interaction with their heritage and many intellectual circuits.
No, I see, even in UAE, I cannot move at that time, because the Iraqi embassy and the Iraqi consulate follow me everywhere I go, and they said people treating me, and because at that time Saddam Hussein, in every year they made too many occasions, literature occasion, and they invite some writers from UAE or from Arab, from all over the countries, and some of them spies to Saddam Hussein. So those people hate me very much.
Are you on the list of Nuri Maliki and Saddam Hussein?
Yes, both of them. Same, like a coin. One face Al-Maliki, one face Saddam Hussein.
Both are despots.
Huh?
And they are always oppressing the people, the writers and cultural.
Now the situation of the writers in Iraq worse than the Saddam Hussein period.
Yeah.
Now you see, in Arab countries, there is government department take care of publishing.
Yeah.
If the manuscript you submit it to this department, and they like it, they give you very good money.
Yes. Otherwise, they will ban.
The thousands of dollars they give you. One time they gave them cars in Saddam Hussein period.
Yeah.
Toyota cars they
But should
gave
be
them.
in price of the government.
Yes, they in condition don't
Criticize.
touch three things. Don't touch the regime. Don't touch the religion. Don't touch the sex.
These are the three things, sacred things.
Yeah, and most of the writers in Saddam period, they appraise the Saddam regime.
Yeah.
They don't talk any word against the dictatorship. I am the first one who talk about, who expose what's happening in Iraq in my novels.
Yeah.
After Saddam Hussein collapsed, now hundreds of people write about the dictatorship of Saddam Hussein.
Okay.
They write something true and they write something bad.
Yeah. You have another novel that was published in 2003.
Yes.
That is Bin Barkaleh.
No, yes,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
English.
That is
They
in
published it in English.
English.
This is in Arabic. I submitted to the Department of Publishing in Iraq, and they banned it. They asked me to change 165 things in the novel. I told them that is impossible. Take it and you write it. Why I write it for you?
Yeah.
If I change 165 things in a novel, what rest? What the rest? So they ban it.
Yeah.
I published it in Egypt, 1985, and I republished in Jordan 2 times, 1990, 1991.
That was in Arabic?
In Arabic, yes. From Jordan, when I went to Jordan, I was in Dubai, went to Jordan, and I saw one Iraqi writer, a friend of mine. When he saw the novel, he told me now there is contest in Iraq and this is going to win. I
Yeah.
told him I cannot because
Send it
this
to
is banned
Iraq.
in Iraq. He told me, don't worry, I will take 5 copies. I gave him 5 copies. After 3 months, I heard in the radio that I win first prize.
Yeah.
After I win, they know it is banned in Iraq. So they didn't give me the award, the money.
Actually, it was selected.
Huh?
Actually, it was selected.
Yes, they didn't give me the money. After 3 years, they sent me letter. They told me, come and take the money. I told them I don't want it.
Yeah, yeah.
And it published in Lebanon for 4 times, another time in Lebanon, and it became famous from publishing in Lebanon, and they wrote about it 33 articles.
Yeah.
33 articles they wrote about it in Arabic, and become it very famous in Arab countries. After that, when last year it published in English,
2003.
yes, in New York, and they wrote about it 17 articles in English language.
Well acclaimed by the
Yes.
critics in
Yes,
Arab, in English.
all of them they appraised the
Yeah.
novel because at that time when I wrote it, I concentrate in image of woman.
Yeah.
I create women different than Arab women's.
Yeah.
Independence, can do everything without fear, and she doesn't care of this and that, and do what she want.
Yeah.
This was a new thing in Arabic
But in
literature.
other countries like Lebanon, Jordan, women are free compared to Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran.
Yes, free, but so I publish it there because of freedom.
Yeah.
All of my books is published in Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt.
Egypt.
I didn't publish anything in Iraq, only short stories when I was kid, about 16 years.
What about the literature, the freedom of expression in Dubai?
In Dubai, you see, there is freedom in Dubai, and you can't publish too many things in Dubai. But the problem is in Dubai, if you are not citizen,
Yeah.
you should have to pay from your pocket big amount to publish your book,
Yeah.
and that is very difficult
The
for
government
me.
will not support the non-native.
No, they don't. They support you
If you are a
you
citizen of
win.
UAE.
If you win in a contest.
Yeah.
If there is contest and you submit your work and you win, they support you and they give you good award. But if you are a writer and you want to publish your book in UAE, you cannot because it's very expensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we prefer to publish in Egypt in Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan, in these places.
Yeah, going through the life history of Mahmoud Saeed, we can see a lot of sufferings, oppressions from the government, and you were forced to flee to America.
Yes.
Actually, can I call you Schwarzenegger of the Arab world? That sense?
No, you see, because even in America, when I was in America, I write in America, I write about Iraqis in America.
Iraqis in America.
I wrote 4 novels. I wrote a trilogy of Chicago.
Yeah.
This is in 2001, and I published the trilogy in Egypt. And I wrote last year 1 novel about 1 Iraqi living in Chicago.
Yeah.
He was soldier.
Iraqi diaspora in Chicago.
Yes, he was soldier when Saddam Hussein occupied Kuwait.
Yeah.
And he fled from the army there when he knows that the American will kill all the army if they don't withdraw from Iraq. When the soldiers, and there is about 300 Iraqi, more than 300,000 Iraqi people working in Kuwait. When they hear that the American will kill all of them if they staying in Kuwait, they withdraw. There is a road from Kuwait to Basra.
Yeah.
This road about 200 kilometers. When their cars come to the border of Basra, they saw American soldiers prevent them to go to Basra. So all of them, they gathered in the road.
Yeah.
About half a kilometer from here and half a kilometer from here. All of them, they gather. They don't know what will happen. And at 5 morning, come the airplanes and they kill them all.
Everyone.
This is famous road. They called it Death Road. And if you go now to the internet, you see thousands of pictures. So that soldier, when he came lately, he spent his night in the desert.
Yeah.
Very far. And he saw everything. So I wrote about this one and how this massacre destroyed his psychology, his soul. And when he arrived Baghdad, he saw his parents burned in the shelter of Al-Amiriyah. After that, because he was soldier and he get rid of his weapon,
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein stay in the power, and he intend to kill everyone if he didn't bring the weapon. He fled again to the army, American army, and he came to Chicago.
Yeah.
But all his life, he's young man about.
Actually, the character Iraqi is sandwiched between American force and Iraqi force.
Yes. See,
that is the theme of your
this
story.
big dilemmas, and his soul was destroyed totally. He cannot sleep. Every girl he loved, if he loved one girl, he didn't stay with him one night because he cried without when he sleeping, and she left him. Destroyed his life was destroyed totally. I wrote about this, and the last year I published it, and they wrote about it about 7 articles
about your novel.
Yes, about
but when it comes to America, Chicago, you have freedom to write about
Yes,
these all
this
things.
is- I
but when
cannot-
it comes to Iraq, you have no freedom.
No freedom.
But politically, both are same.
Yes. But the problem in America, there is no support for refugee.
Yeah.
For me, I divide my time to 50% work
Yeah.
and 50% write.
Writing.
So I work 6 months, I write 6 months.
Yeah. This is how you manage your
So I didn't find opportunity to go to school to improve my English.
Yeah.
I stayed, my English stayed what I remember it from high school.
Then you are living with your family in Chicago?
No, no, I don't have family.
Yeah. You are
I
living
don't-
alone.
I am alone, and because my son in Australia with his wife
Yeah.
and little kid, and my daughter in Dubai with her husband and 2 kids, and my wife died a long time ago, and I live alone in Chicago.
When did you leave Iraq?
I left Iraq in 1985.
1985.
Yes.
Then did you ever visit again?
Yes, but I told you the militians put my name in a list for killing, so I cannot return back in my name.
Yeah.
When I get American citizenship, I change my name, because if I go from the borders, the people who works in the border,
Once
in,
you enter Iraq,
they
you will be
send-
killed.
They send all the names immediately to militians.
Militia.
This one will arrive the city, this one will go to Baghdad airport, and so when you give your passport to security, the name goes to militians,
Yeah.
and they kill you.
Okay. Then out of curiosity, can I ask you, what is your new name?
No, I cannot tell you my new name because
Okay.
yes,
Even then, you have 23 novels, short stories, and
Yes.
everything depicting the dilemma between these political forces
yes.
and the shortage
I
of
see.
freedom, the absence of freedom.
My writing about the people,
Yeah.
which I face them and I ask them what happened to them, what their situation, what did they do, why they fled the country. I went 2 times to Syria to see refugee people, and I asked them about the reasons.
Do you read Indian novels?
Sorry?
Indian novels? Do you read Indian
Yes,
novels?
I actually I try to read every novel translated into Arabic.
Yeah,
Every novel.
every novel.
Indian, Korean, Japanese, English, French, every novel translated into Arabic, and I see the book, I read it. The first Indian novel I read it to, I think, Anita Desai, this is in 70s.
Anita Desai, okay.
In 70s. And after that I read 3 Indian novels, but I don't remember
the
the
names,
names because long times ago, actually, I want even to translate from English some Indian novels, famous Indian novels, but because I don't know anybody to ask and to recommend novel to me, because if I translate something into Arabic, it must be very good novel.
Yeah.
And now, especially in this time, there is a flood of novels in all the world
Yeah.
because of the internet and because of the facilities of publishing. You can see thousands of names, and now you cannot, not like the past, you can't recognize this is good and this is very good and this is medium. No, now you see thousands of novels in front of you, and you become weird. What you read? This or that?
There is a problem for a flood of
Yes,
literature.
you see most of the novels which I buy. Like example, last time I went to Morocco 6 months ago, I bought about 50 novels translated into Arabic and for Arabic writers. But when I began to write, I saw most of it isn't even arrived to middle class. Most of it I cannot read more than 10-20 pages and I throw it.
This new life of literature can be seen in Arab literature also. What are the current trends in Arab literature?
You see, before, like example, in 50s and 60s, there is people works in magazines. They advise you what to read. You see?
Yeah.
And at that time, the translator, they choose the best literature, word literature into Arabic. But now they translate thousands of books, and when you read it, you see nothing.
Yeah.
Romance, silly romance, or silly crimes, or you very rare you see good novel satisfied you.
Yeah. Then this new life of literature can be seen in Arab literature also.
Yes.
What are the current trends in Arab literature, especially in UAE and Syria, Iraq?
You cannot depend in what it published in a dictatorship country like Iraq, Syria, Egypt. Sometimes you can see something good.
Yeah.
Because Egypt is very big country, and there
somewhat
is,
liberal.
Yes, and the publishing law in Egypt is flexible.
Yeah.
In those rubbish Arab countries, which dictatorship dominate the country,
Gulf countries, you mean? GCC.
The procedures, you submit your work, and there is censorship. Read it. If doesn't apply for their principles, they prevent it.
Yeah.
They censor it. But in Egypt, no. You can't publish your book without censorship unless somebody read it in the future and submit a claim to the court.
Yeah.
This book against our principle, social principle, this novel against our religion, this people against our regime, and after that, the court ordered a decision to prevent or not.
Okay.
This is very good. We don't have it in Iraq.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening enlightening about the freedom of expression in Middle East.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Hello friends, this module on aesthetics is an introduction. After studying this module, you will get a general idea of aesthetics as the philosophy of art and its development through centuries. This module approaches the topic through an analysis of the aesthetic theory of major philosophers and movements in art.
we can define aesthetics in two capacities. One as the study of beauty and the other as the philosophy of art. When we use the term beauty, other terms like ugliness also come into focus. In traditional philosophy, the concept of beauty was linked with the idea of morality, ethical living, religiosity, truthfulness, and so on. Traditional philosophers dealt with aesthetics as if they were dealing with ethics. Contemporary aestheticians conceive the term to be the study of the philosophy of art. It deals with the creation, appreciation, and interpretation of work of art and the theory behind them. Etymology of the term aesthetics is the ancient Greek word aesthetikos, meaning sensitive, perceptive. Historically, it was ancient Greek philosophers who raised the question, what makes something beautiful? Pythagoras, who was an Ionian Greek philosopher and is a familiar name to mathematicians, linked the idea of beautiful with musical rhythm. Pythagorean concept of beauty was based on mathematical principles. He stated that every object in the universe is arranged according to the laws of number, and even planetary movements follow a musical rhythm. This rhythmic music created by moving planets fills the universe. Early Greek poets such as Homer, Hesiod, and Pindar include in their works some comments on the craft of poetry. However, it is Plato who offers the first extended treatment of beauty and arts. Plato thinks of art as something which should be abolished from an ideal republic. He says in his book Ion, which is conceived as a dialogue between Socrates and Ion, that creators of art are possessed by divine madness. So they lack the clarity of thought which is essential for the ethical existence of human being. While defining creativity, he proposes the idea of forms. The world of Platonic forms is the pure, most beautiful realm where only idea exists. When the creator materializes a form, he makes it to second step down from the ideal truth. When an artist represents this created form, then he creates it in third step away from truth. He gives the analogy of a chair where there is the idea of the chair, then materialized by a carpenter, and a picture of a chair drawn by an artist. Aristotle does not go this far in placing the artist at the lowest level. He argues in his book Poetics that an artwork can bring about a purification of negative emotions in the viewer, a catharsis. Plato and Aristotle thought that art was mainly dealing with imitation of nature. Mimesis was the term used by them to explain the concept of imitation of reality. Actually, these philosophers were dealing not with pure artistic creation, but with ideas of creation. For Plato, the world we see around is second level imitation of an ideal Platonic realm where only pure forms exist. During the early centuries of Christian era, religious concepts dominated ideas of beauty. Plotinus and Saint Augustine spoke of an ideal otherworld where light predominates, and the forms of our world are just emanations. Artworks of Middle Ages lack the representative mass and volume of the ideal Greek and Roman art because the patrons about the idea of flesh. We see very flat iconic figuration which is ethereal and otherworldly during Christian era till the earlier Renaissance. The Gothic period also followed the same mode of iconic figuration, but the new architecture during the Gothic era allowed for vast areas of open window space. Artists were able to fill these areas with transparent glass paintings known as stained glass windows. The light passing through these windows created a heavenly glow which was cleverly used by these artists to evoke a sublime feeling inside the spectator. But the sculptors of Gothic period mostly used images of hell and pain, also because sculpture has more material substance inside its form. During Renaissance, the idea of beauty was related again to the fleshy and muscular human form. Even though church was the main patron of art during Renaissance, growth of scientific thinking and patronage from a rich merchant class helped the upsurge of humanism. Travel widened the horizon of the world. The main thinkers of importance for the study of aesthetics during the era are Alberti and Leonardo da Vinci. It was during this time that natural forms were meticulously and analytically studied by artists. Law of linear perspective was developed by architects like Brunelleschi, and artists were able to project three-dimensional forms to a two-dimensional space. The transient quality of light was captured for the first time on a painted surface. It was in 18th century that aesthetics as a pure philosophical practice emerged. In 1717, there were some British writings on aesthetics, but it was the German philosopher Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten who used the term aesthetics in its present meaning. A science of aesthetics would be for Baumgarten a deduction of the rules or principles of artistic or natural beauty from individual taste. Though he was the first philosopher to define aesthetics, it was Immanuel Kant who formalized and consolidated its foundation. Kant, in his authoritative book Critique of Judgment, dealt with the concept of taste. Taste is a very important term because how one appreciates and interprets a work of art is based on one's taste. Taste can be treated as an objective or a subjective principle. Kant was instrumental in unifying both these principles. This is a very difficult topic for a beginner, so we will leave it and take it up only later. Kant gave utmost importance to judgment and how taste functions in the appreciation of the beautiful. He elaborated on the term sublime more than on the term beauty. He theorized that a connoisseur should be detached from any sort of utilitarian function, and his appreciation should be based on purposiveness without a purpose. His satisfaction then will be disinterested. Only this disinterested satisfaction can be termed as aesthetic experience. The next philosopher of major significance to the subject of aesthetics is Hegel. His lectures on aesthetics deal with the evolution of forms of art. He suggests a definitive progression of art from symbolic to classical to romantic level. He placed the art of ancient cultures like Egypt and India to the symbolic level, which is aesthetically placed by him to be at the lowest. The idealist art of classical Greek was considered to be at middle level. Romantic art of 18th century Europe was placed at the highest level. If we view this theory at a peripheral level, it may appear to be biased. But if one makes a study of the aesthetic propositions made by Hegel to arrive at such a theory, one can see that it is very profound. The symbolic level of art suggests something in relation to another. For example, a lion is treated as a symbol of power. So if a lion is painted by a painter as a symbol of power, the viewer will not be able to directly comprehend the real meaning intended by the author without a literal description. So a system should exist to explain the symbolic meaning of forms. In the classical level of art, forms are perfected and idealized by compositing parts taken from many imperfect forms. The resulting form appears materially perfect. The intent of the author is to focus more on material rather than the spiritual. In romantic level, it is the innermost substance which is given priority. If there is a progression in art, there is also a possibility of end of art, where an artwork achieves self-knowledge. Hegel's theory is very relevant to contemporary aesthetics. Contemporary American aesthetician Danto has based his most popular end of art theory on Hegel's philosophy. The era of Romanticism positioned human being in relation to nature. Coleridge and Wordsworth proposed in their Romantic Manifesto the idea of the noble beast. The cultured human, placing oneself in relation to nature, contemplating and experiencing the sublime, is the protagonist of Romantic philosophy. Sublime as an experience rather than the beautiful predominated aesthetics from Kantian period. It is this philosophical perception materialized which we see in paintings of Caspar David Friedrich and other romantics. It is also a fact that religious imagery was transformed into idols of natural forms by the romantics. That is why some philosophers dub romanticism as Tajan. Reality poses itself differently in modern era. Realism saw the human being as somebody who exercises his body to tackle daily existential cause with dignity. A human thinks and labors not only for himself but for the well-being of others too. The artists Courbet and Millet and writers like Émile Zola envisioned new contemporary themes adapted from the immediate surroundings. Immediacy, sensation and impression were more important to the realist than the distant ideal and the utopian. Sensory stimuli and social existence became important factors to art after the realist era. Impressionism dealt with the immediate and the sensory. Impressionism was a movement in art with a radical outlook. It approached the outside world not as a materialization of ideal forms, but as an amalgam of sensory stimuli. Thus the reality of form for an impressionist became just a grouping of its properties. To clarify this idea, let us look at the example of a tree standing against a sky. For an impressionist, it is not a tree standing against a sky. It is a color patch placed against another color patch. They paint only what they see and not what they think. Properties of an object, especially the visual ones, change through the course of time. Impressionists were thus able to paint the reality of a simple form in 100 different ways. But the coherence of form was lost in their paintings because the impressionist was concentrating more on transient properties. The form lost in impressionist movement was recaptured in post-impressionism. Painters like Cezanne divided form to its primary components, the sphere, cone and the cylinder. Painters like Van Gogh and Gauguin used heavy outlines to separate objective form from a jumble of color. The post-impressionist experiments later led to the development of cubism, which changed the aesthetics of human-made designs and constructions. Existentialism as a philosophical movement made its appearance also during this era. The religious existentialist thought of Kierkegaard and the profane outburst of Nietzsche were products of the beginning of industrial era. This marked the alienation of man from his own natural landscape and inner self. Industrialization also brought about a change from the feudal system of agrarian living and thought. This deeply felt change resulted in the suppression and the awareness of being suppressed. Thus, we see revolutions and upsurges which were different in character from the religious battles of previous periods. Expressionism was a natural outcome of the suppressed individual and society. A major author of the aesthetics of expressionism is Leo Tolstoy, and the 20th century painters of the expressionist movement sublimated social and subjective angst and existential boredom through their works of art. A few painters tried to fill the existentialist vacuum by theorizing spirituality. Their Kierkegaardian experiments resulted in the abstraction of forms. It is not coincidental that the painter Vasily Kandinsky, who authored a book on aesthetics concerning the spiritual in art, painted the first abstract painting. Kandinsky and his fellow painters named the group the Blue Rider, influenced by the Kierkegaardian concept of knights. Another group of expressionists who opposed extreme subjectivity named their group as the New Objectivity. Theoretically, they were placing themselves beyond the level of individual emotions. Surrealism emerged as a movement after this period. It analyzes the problem of individual subject at the subconscious level. Freud, who changed the course of psychology, also changed the course of art criticism. The thought process behind surrealism was based on the theories of Freud. He proposed uninhibited psychic automatism, which resulted in paintings, sculptures and films which became extremely popular. It was influential in modifying the taste of common man than any other movement in the history of modern art. It was First World War which caused the formulation of Dadaism and its natural predecessor Surrealism. It was Second World War which created the circumstances for the emergence of American art as a major force. Abstract Expressionism, a major art movement of 1950s, based its aesthetic theories on the ideas of Jung. They extended the automatism proposed and practiced by Surrealists to objective level. The subjective automatic visions of Max Ernst and the objective automatic actions of Pollock can be compared to understand the progression from subjective to objective. The calligraphic nature of American art of this era was not accidental. Abstract Expressionism aesthetically adapted ideas from classical Chinese and Japanese art. Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, another major American painter, have written on their experiments with Eastern thought. Jung has also studied Eastern thought to arrive at his theories of collective unconsciousness and archetype. Another significant thought movement which had great impact on 20th century aesthetics is critical theory. Critical theories were mostly from Frankfurt School. Though Frankfurt School started at the time of Surrealism, that is in 1921, its major impact came later after the Second World War. Major thinkers like Adorno and Walter Benjamin wrote on the impact of mass production of cultural objects and their influence in manipulating the social psyche. Frankfurt School questioned the concept of the original and the copy. Walter Benjamin's famous essay, Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, dealt with the mass production of art. In an era where culture is commercialized and packaged, a popular low-level artwork can place itself on a high pedestal and upgrade itself to the level of high art. Pop art emerged as a movement in Europe and America in 1960 likewise. Andy Warhol, a major painter of pop art movement, actually packaged the ideas of Frankfurt School to create artworks like the Marilyn Monroe portrait. He mass-produced artworks in his studio by silkscreen printing. His studio was ironically named The Factory. The theory of Derrida and Lacan went into human mind at a deeper level than that of Freudian subconscious or Jungian archetype. The level at which language is formed was analyzed by these theorists. Structuralism gave more importance to form and language than content. Post-structuralism placed the artwork above the author. Then it is imperative that the creation is more important than the creator, and that the created has its own existence independent from the creator. Artwork is open totally to the interpretation of the viewer. This allowed the possibility of imparting new meaning to all works. The focus on language itself as form and content resulted in many linguistic and stylistic experiments in the world of art. Postmodernism, performance, process, installation art, etc. can be seen as linguistic experiments and thus ideological inheritors of post-structuralism. Contemporary aesthetics proposes theories of feminism, neo-expressionism, transhumanism, technology art, and more. Mostly they deal with the marginalized classes of society and subaltern environment. The above brief introduction of aesthetics as philosophy of art and history of beauty dealt only with the Western tradition. Other cultures through centuries have devised their own systems of beauty. For example, African art and thought have greatly changed the course of Western aesthetics. The age of colonialism brought cultural objects en masse from Africa and the Orient to Europe. Picasso has adapted Cubist planar surface placement from Iberian sculptures and African masks. He extended on the structural experiments of Cézanne, whose experiments were influenced by Orientalism. Indian aesthetics is another vast topic which we will deal as a separate subject as part of our curriculum. There is also a need to understand some terms related to the study of aesthetics before we conclude this class. Aesthetic experience, aesthetic value, aesthetic attitude are the most important among them. Aesthetic attitude is the ideological position taken by a viewer or reader or author while judging an artwork. Even when one thinks that one is neutral in judgment, it is not so. Every individual or social judgment is governed by certain attitudes, conditioned by social and subjective history. Certain artworks are judged as decadent or extremely valuable at certain points of time. The reason for this is the aesthetic value created by many social forces. Thus, we may see a highly appreciated artwork hung on the saloon wall of 19th century is not regarded as a great work of art anymore. But a rejected piece of art by an avant-garde artist may be highly valued now. Thus the value judgment changes through time. Aesthetic experience is the result of interaction with a viewer and an artwork through this social apparatus. An aesthetic experience is thus not passive. It is an active process decided by circumstances of the individual and his capacity for value judgment. Our introductory class on aesthetics is coming to its conclusion now. The ideas expressed here are approaches taken by great thinkers and masters of art who were able to change the history of human thought.
Hello and welcome to the session on types of learning disabilities. Reading disorder or dyslexia. The art of reading may be defined as a process of sight, sound and sense. It is a cognitive activity, a meaning-oriented, language-oriented process. As a perceptual process, reading is defined as a meaningful memory and interpretation of visual and auditory stimuli. Deficiencies in reading were among the first to be associated with what are now called learning disabilities. Assessment of learning disabilities is a prerequisite for planning intervention programs. Assessment of reading disability can be classified as formal assessment and informal assessment. Various measures are used to verify important facts of assessment. The tests that are useful and effective for formal types of assessment are standardized tests and criterion reference tests. Standardized tests. These tests of reading provide results that can be compared to the standardization samples. Some important standardized tests are the diagnostic reading scales, dual analysis of reading tests, the Glimmo oral reading test, etc. Criterion reference tests. They emphasize a student's ability in relation to fixed criteria rather than in comparison with achievement of a standardized population. The assumption underlying criterion reference tests in the area of reading is that there is a series of sequenced skills that may be placed in a hierarchy from simple to complex. The student is tested to determine mastery of each of the objectives or skills in the hierarchy. Reading problems of disabled readers. A slower rate of progress, poor comprehension, poor sight recognition, and too rapid careless reading. Types of reading problems. Visual dyslexia. Children having visual dyslexia feel difficulty in translating written letters into sounds. They are confused by letters with similar configuration. Example: H, N, I, J, V, W, N, M, and feel difficulty to differentiate between the words. Example: bad, bed, fan, fun, etc. Auditory dyslexia. Children having auditory dyslexia feel difficulty in grasping the meaning of sound. One of the most noteworthy characteristics of these children is auditory discrimination problem. They cannot distinguish between N and N, P and D, man and mat, car and can, beg and bag, tank and sank, etc. Some children experience difficulties with certain sounds, while other children have problems with only initial or final consonant sounds. Sound blending. Sound blending is the ability to synthesize sounds into a complete word. Children with this difficulty are unable to blend M-A-T into word mat. The three phonemes of this word remain as separate sound. Memory skills. Children with memory disturbances feel difficulty in recalling information. Mostly, it is associated with various visual or auditory processes. Auditory memory problems may affect a child's ability to remember letter sounds and also the ability to blend these sounds into a word. On the other hand, a child with visual memory deficits may be unable to recognize a specific letter or word. Sequential memory deficits must also be discussed as a component of the memory process. Many children have difficulty to remember the order of letters in word, the sequence of sound within a word, and the sequence of words within sentence. Letter and word reversals. A widely discussed problem of children with reading disabilities is the tendency to read some letters and words backward, rotated or inverted. Single letters such as B, D, P, Q, N, U, N and W are often read upside down and backwards. LD children are also observed reversing whole words. Example: so for was, parts of words, for example toe for two, and initial letters, for example big for dig. Critical reading skills. Critical reading is a type of comprehension which involves critical and value judgments based on the attitude and experiences of the reader. Critical reading includes judging accuracy, drawing conclusions, evaluating the author's intention, etc. Remediation. There are certain principles of remediation developed for guiding the teachers of learning disabled children in the selection of materials and methods. Students are better motivated when things are meaningful. This can be accomplished by explaining the relevance to them, allowing them to have a voice in aspects such as objective, procedures, or rate, and by relating reading materials to their interest and experiences. Students are more likely to learn if formats or mode of presentation are varied. It is possible for teachers to plan for incidental learning. Students are more likely to learn if they understand the goals of the teacher. The teacher should explain the objectives more than once and point out the relationship immediately. Students need to have the prerequisite skills to accomplish more complex tasks. Teachers should analyze tasks and sequence them from easy to difficult, including all the skills. Children often learn more efficiently and they have a model to observe and imitate. Students are more likely to learn if they are active learners, that is, if they participate in the activities designed to reach the varied objectives. To be an active learner, the student must understand what to do and why to do. Students learn more easily if the learning conditions are pleasant. These include temperature, noise level, and avoidance of frustration and the boredom of unnecessary repetitions. Students must have sufficient input, that is teaching, to provide output, that is demonstration of task mastery. Teachers' expectation with regard to how much practice is needed must synchronize with the students. In keyword approach, exercises are given where children need to pick out the keywords from the paragraphs of the lesson. This helps them to understand and remember the content of the lesson more easily. The development of basic sight vocabulary, that is, words which should be read at sight without effort. Example, words like on, for, of, is, etc. will helpful to speed up the process of reading. In any book, 20% of words are sight words. Phonic method is extremely useful when there is difficulty with phoneme-grapheme correspondence. The child is taught the sounds of letters and then encouraged to blend these into words. For example, dog as d, o, and g. Writing disabilities or dysgraphia. Writing is transmitting thoughts into paper. It is a very important skill, particularly during the school years. Types of writing disabilities are the following. Handwriting. It is the most concrete of all the basic academic skills. Handwriting deficits have been referred to as visual motor integration problems. Some children with handwriting deficits are unable to hold a pencil, while others have problem in writing certain letters. Spelling. It is frequently a more sensitive indicator of learning disabilities than other problems. Some common spelling errors are addition of unneeded letters, omission of needed letters, reversal of whole word, reversal of vowels, reversal of consonants, and wrong association of sound, etc. Motor memory. Word may be recalled in a visual, auditory, or kinesthetic manner. LD children often lack the ability to remember the kinesthetic feel of a word. During movement of hand in writing, certain words are totally forgotten by these children. Writing expression. Most written expression problems are found among young children beyond the second grade. They are unable to utilize the written form of language as an effective means of communication. Some are unable to transfer ideas in written form, while others make grammar and syntax errors. Expression of ideas. In this problem, children are unable to organize thoughts into proper form for communication. Many children who can orally articulate their thoughts fail totally to communicate in a logical writing style. Syntax and grammar. The children with written syntax problems are able to express their thoughts in writing. However, numerous syntax and grammar errors totally distort their written output. Some of the more frequent written syntax errors are word omission, distorted word order, incorrect verb and pronoun usage, lack of punctuation, etc. Inadequate vocabulary. Vocabulary is most important for adequate written expression. Some LD children have poor vocabularies because of impoverished oral language background. Remedial measures or methods for developing handwriting skills. Tracing folds. The teacher should instruct the children to fold a paper into various patterns such as squares, rectangles, etc. Then the paper should be unfolded and the child should trace with his index finger the remaining traces of the fold. Drawing roads. Various patterns that might represent straight or curved roads should be cut from stencils. In the beginning, these patterns can be relatively wider as much as 1 inch. Tracing with copy paper. Various figures should be drawn with dark felt tipped pens or standardized size paper or heavy weight construction paper. Onion skin paper through which these patterns can be seen should be placed over the copy form and the child should be directed to trace on the copy paper. Dot-to-dot figures. A complete figure should be drawn first. Then a dot-to-dot figure is provided so that the children can complete to develop a similar figure. They will develop in learning disabled child the required motor skill for writing. Once a child learns a technique, the complete or model figure should be discontinued. Methods for remediation of spelling difficulties. The Fernald-Wacht approach, that is visual, auditory, kinesthetic, tactile. It is of great value in remediation of spelling disabilities. Tactile and kinesthetic cues help the student learn to spell correctly. Analysis of spelling errors. It can be seen that some students have spelling difficulties with nearly all words while some others have with only non-phonetic words. It becomes an important step for the teacher to make an analysis of the type of spelling errors. Attention-getting technique. It is a fact that learning disabled children have more attention difficulties than the normal population. This warrants ample use of a wide variety of attention-getting techniques along with other procedures. Remedial programs for written language difficulties. Improving students' motivation for written expression. Positive attitude is very essential for writing improvement. Allow them to develop creativity and writing fluency. Opportunities for expressive writing should be provided and the activities should be carefully chosen. Assignment should stimulate the generation of ideas by calling on students' prior experiences, personal interests, or by providing motivating topics. Story starters are also useful here. Improving general writing mechanics. Teacher can develop individualized programs to allow students to progress at their own pace. Increasing written productivity. To measure students' productivity, the teacher must collect several written samples. One basic intervention strategy is to tell students to increase their use of deficient target structure. Improving compositions. To improve skill in composition, the teacher has to use many patterns such as story structure, comparison contrast, and expository texts. Although story structure is one type of organization schemes, other writing schemes are available for different writing purposes. These schemes include description, comparison, contrast, etc. Arithmetic disability or dyscalculia. The awareness of a specific deficit in mathematical skills began in the early 1900s when neurologists observed the loss of certain types of focal lesions in the brain. In 1937, a disorder called congenital arithmetic disability was identified. This disorder was described as an important factor in arithmetic disabilities that was developmental rather than acquired. Types: shape discrimination. Children's difficulties with shapes might affect later recognition of specific numbers. Many LD children incorrectly perceive number shapes. Example: 6 as 9 and 3 as 8. Size discrimination. This problem is very common in LD children. Contrary geometric concepts such as big, small, long and short, and abstract numerical concepts such as more and less cannot be understood by these children. All complex quantitative skills are based upon the ability to discriminate between different sizes. Sets and numbers. A set is a well-defined collection or group of objects. Everything that belongs to the set is an element or number of set. Many LD children are unable to understand the concept of a set. It is difficult for them to recognize the commonalities that distinguish a box of crayons, a bowl of apples, and a group of boys as 3 sets. Counting. Counting is the first step in arithmetic training. Many children who are unable to count meaningfully are later hindered in the basic computational skills of addition and subtraction. Children with this difficulty of tens key numbers when counting along 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11 examples. Others count correctly but without understanding that each number corresponds to a particular element in a set. Auditory visual association. These children have difficulties in relating what they see visually with what they know auditorily. They feel difficulty with associating the spoken word 6 with the written symbol 6 or even written word 6. Place value. An understanding of the concept of place value is basic to many mathematical functions. Many LD children do not grasp the idea that the same digit, for example 4, may denote different degree of magnitude according to its place in the numeral. Example 4.7, 14 or 422. The child with place value difficulty might not understand the reason that 47 is not just 4 and 7, nor he understand the significance involved in reversing 47 into 74. Computational skills. Some children have specific problems with the fundamental arithmetic processes of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Many of these computational problems are due to difficulties with the fundamental skills of the one-to-one correspondence, counting and set notation. Measurement. The idea that some objects are taller, shorter, larger or smaller than other objects is one of the very first principles of measurement that might prove confusing to some children. The use of number lines and rulers which involve the principles of measurement is an additional area of difficulty for many LD children. Quantitative language. Difficulty in understanding such quantitative concepts as more, less, before, after, big, little, larger, fewer, than, as many as, etc. are often an early indicator of later mathematical disabilities. Operational signs are an additional quantitative language consideration causing confusion for some children. Some cannot differentiate A plus from A minus, others find it difficult to perceive particular symbols as a whole. The equal sign perceived by some children as two subtraction signs. The quantitative language disabilities seem to affect mathematical achievement at all levels from preschool through secondary levels. Individualizing mathematics instruction for learning disabled. Individualized approaches for the learning disabled focus on two aspects: pacing of content coverage and modality of presentation. More emphasis is placed on the former than the latter. The main reason for the emphasis on pacing is the availability of materials. A critical review of commercially produced individualized materials reveals that most of them individualize with regard to pacing. That is, all the students are supposed to learn the same content in the same sequence, presented in the same way but at their own speed. Procedure for the classroom teacher. The classroom teacher can assist the learning disabled students in mathematics learning in at least 3 ways: by establishing a whole class routine that allows for individualization, by ensuring that the learning disabled student is placed at the appropriate level within the scope and sequence of skills, by effectuating minor adaptations in the way instruction is presented. If a student is in need of reteaching on a skill, the teacher should carefully observe the student's written work and oral responses to instruction, since these may indicate what types of adaptations are necessary. Adaptations in presentation of instruction can be made by the teacher in 3 ways. They are providing additional practice, providing performance cues, and using interactive unit. Conclusion. Children with learning disorders are children with special educational needs. The current scientific approach is to enable these children to integrate into the mainstream educational infrastructure. This concept of inclusive education is the objective of forward-looking educational boards all over the world to enable education for all. If I can't learn the way you teach, will you teach me the way I can? This is a cry inside the heart of each learning disabled child. The teachers and parents must give their ears to this. The teacher may be the first person to identify a child with the learning problems and to diagnose this as learning disorder. The support for these children needs to be both educational and emotional. It is only the teacher who can facilitate this emotional component to make the environment encouraging and friendly. Children with special needs must be flourished in the warmth of that environment instead of feeling repelled. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. In this chapter, we discussed different types of learning disabilities such as dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. Among reading disorders, its different types are discussed with examples. The chapter analyzes the various remedial measures for dyslexia too. We have then discussed dysgraphia, which are writing disabilities. Types of writing disorders along with its remedial measures and programs were explained. It is followed by a detailed description of the arithmetic disability, that is dyscalculia. Its various types and individualized mathematical instruction for LD were also discussed. Now we can try to answer the questions given here. What are the different types of dyslexia? How can we remediate the problem of dyslexia? What are the difference between visual dyslexia and auditory dyslexia? What is dysgraphia? Discuss the various types of writing disabilities. What are the remedial measures for the problem of dysgraphia? Explain dyscalculia and its major types. Now you may go through the reference books for further understanding. The Science of Learning Disabilities by K.A. Cavele and S.R. Fornes, San Diego, College Hill in the year 1985. Learning Disabilities by J. Lerner, Huntington Milton, Boston in the year 1985. Learning Disabilities J. J. McCarthy and J. F. McCarthy, Boston, Alley and Bacon in the year 1971. Hope that you have enjoyed the session. We can meet again with another topic. Thank you.
Grooming without a mirror? Not possible. Mirrors are a part of our daily routine. They are made of glass coated on one side with silver nitrate and a layer of protective paint. The silver nitrate coating reflects light and thus presents the image of the viewer. Prior to the development of glass mirror making technology in the late 19th century, it was the still surfaces of liquids such as water that served as mirrors for civilizations across hundreds of centuries. Was it not in one such watery mirror that Narcissus, as Greek mythology goes, saw his own reflection, fell in love with it, and pined to death? Water, the gift of nature, is capable of reflecting life as beautiful as it is. Civilizations, however, needed compact and handy reflecting devices. That need was actualized in the Iron Age, with the development of mirrors in ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, and India. Though extinct elsewhere now, that ancient metal mirror craft is alive, perhaps only in Aranmula, a village in Pathanamthitta district in southern Kerala. Thanks to the ancestors of Arjunan Achari for zealously pursuing and preserving the traditional metal mirror craft in the family for well over 2 centuries now. Arjunan Achari's forefathers were metal craftsmen in Tamil Nadu. In the middle of the 18th century, at the behest of the Pandalam Raja, they migrated to Kerala to execute metal works at the Aranmula Parthasarathi temple. After the temple's consecration, they settled down in Aranmula and took to making fine quality mirrors from metals. Though simple, a fine sense of metallurgy, enormous dedication, and exceptional dexterity are needed to master the craft. This, however, is no deterrent to Arjunan Achari's family from pursuing the craft. Having learnt all the finer aspects of the craft, Selvaraj, the youngest son of Arjunachari, is now treading the path of his forefathers. Though not a remunerative vocation, young Selvaraj is committed to keep the traditional craft alive. Metal mirrors, objects of beauty, are the product of traditional metal craft. The craft involves 5 distinct processes: preparation of alloy, preparation of mold crucible assembly, casting of metal discs, polishing of the discs, mounting mirrors on brass frames. Bronze is the alloy used in making metal mirrors. It is about 29% tin and 70% copper, with other elements such as zinc, phosphorus, iron, and nickel in traces. The crucible mold assembly, unique to the metal mirror craft of Aranmula, consists of 2 burnt clay discs. The inner surface of one of the discs is coated with fine clay and is rubbed so as to obtain a smooth surface. It is this surface that holds the front face of the mirror. Therefore, nothing is left to chance in making the surface evenly plane. The level is carefully checked. excess clay is scraped and the surface is gently rubbed to reach the required evenness. The second disc also undergoes a similar treatment, but not so critically as the first one, for this surface of the disc holds the back face of the metal cast. Both the discs are given a coat of fine charcoal prior to being taken up for assembly. To create space between the discs of the metal cast, tin pieces of the height of the cast are kept on the edge of the disc. A piece of wax between the discs provides a passage for the molten alloy to flow from the crucible into the mold. The edges of the discs are sealed with clay. The sealed mold is coated with the first investment mixture of fresh clay and finely ground burnt clay. This is followed by a second investment mix containing roof tile powder and chopped jute. A similar treatment of clay coating is provided on the other side of the crucible mold assembly to ensure protection to the cast. At the point where the wax is kept, a mouth-like cavity is shaped. A clay crucible that holds the alloy is placed into the cavity and is firmed up. Clay from the base of the crucible is carefully removed, exposing the wax. A hole is made at the base of the crucible. It is through this hole that the gases formed in the crucible during casting are liberated. The dried crucible mold assembly is ready to take the charge of the copper tin alloy. The alloy lumps broken into small pieces are loaded into the crucible. The mouth of the crucible is now sealed. To ensure that the molten alloy doesn't leak, the mouth of the assembly is covered with a thick coat of clay mixed with jute. This is followed by a thin investment layer of superfine clay. The crucible mold assemblies with the charge of the alloy are then sun-dried. The dried crucible mold assemblies are ready for the casting process. The molds are positioned in the charcoal-filled furnace pit with the crucible portion resting on the bed of the pit. The furnace is fired. It is long experience that guides the craftsman in the charging of the furnace to the right degree of temperature to melt the alloy loaded in the crucible. The craftsmen go by the shade of the amber to know when the alloy is done. The assemblies will now be taken out of the furnace for casting. Before casting, the hole in the crucible made for the gases to escape is closed with clay. The molten charge is cast by slowly turning the assembly upwards. This allows the molten alloy to flow down into the circular mold. A few gentle taps ensure that the alloy spreads evenly throughout the mold assuming the shape of a disc. This exacting work done by Emmrc craftsmen seldom fails. While the charge is still red hot, the crucible mouth is broken open and allowed to cool. Despite the utmost care given, the craftsman doesn't know whether the disc is intact until the mold is opened. It indeed is. The disc so obtained is dull and lusterless. It is this piece of alloy that is transformed into a mirror. But before the mirror comes alive out of the slack disc, it has to be sized and shaped. The craftsmen exercise great attention so as not to break the fragile thin disc. It is shaped to give a roughly oval form. Now begins the fourth stage of polishing the disc. For polishing, which is a tedious process often lasting a couple of days, the disc is embedded on the waxed surface of a wooden blank. The metal disc is polished on several abrasive media. First, a round of polishing on a coarse sandpaper. This helps remove the tiny metal floughs off the surface of the disc. Then, polishing on a finer wet paper gives smoothness and a little luster. Now begins a third and final round of polishing. Starting with the medium of jute fiber, the polishing is done on a series of fine-textured cotton cloths. In this phase of polishing, craftsmen have to exercise restraint in applying pressure, for any excess pressure could break the disc, shattering the whole labor. But the deft hands of the Emmrc craftsmen seldom fail, because what powers their hands is a skill that has stood the test of time across generations. It is this perfect, smooth finish they give that makes the copper-thin alloy come alive as mirror, the mirror of life. Now begins the last phase in the creation of the Emmrc metal mirror. These mirrors, a marvel of traditional craftsmanship, should indeed be housed in a frame matching their aesthetic charm and beauty. The brass frames come in a variety of ornate designs. Floral and animal patterns, drawn from the traditional temple arts, lend a majestic aura to the frames. The polished mirror is warmed just enough to separate it from the wooden blank, and is then mounted on to the finished frame. A bed of wax on the frame holds the mirror securely. Mirror tikkas and ornamental stones enrich the aesthetic appeal of the mirror. No wonder then that these metal mirrors are held in high esteem as objects of a rare craft that is alive only in Emmrc. For the connoisseurs, these objects of matchless perfection are not merely mirrors. They are more than mirrors, a precious embodiment of an ancient heritage.
Welcome back. In this session, we will examine the evaluation of information sources. It has got two parts. The first part deals with the criteria for the evaluation of print sources, and the second part will deal with the criteria for the evaluation of digital resources. There is need for evaluation. Evaluation of reference sources in a library context means assessing the value of the source according to the requirements of the library based on users' level of education. For any library, the process of evaluation is very important to develop the need-based best collection. It helps to assess the value or evaluate the quality of a particular source and also its suitability for inclusion in the library collection, depending upon the readership of the library. Various approaches have been suggested by different authors like Katz, Smith and Gates. A prominent author, Gary Gorman, he has made a comprehensive overview of the area, and he cites other authors providing very detailed guidance for evaluating materials. Out of these, he offers a more manageable set of 6 criteria which can be concisely expressed as Ashtaf's formula. Ashtaf stands for A. Authority of creators, S. Scope, T. Treatment and level, A. Arrangement, F. Format and special considerations, and S. Special features. Now let us examine each one of them in detail. First of all, let us take authority. This is perhaps the major criterion in evaluating information source. The authority of the source can be judged from the reputation of the author or the editor or compiler and publisher. The following questions can be asked in this regard. Say first, is the author identified or is he famous in his own area? Then second, is the author well known and well regarded in the field? Third, what are the author's credentials? Fourth, who is the publisher? Is it a university press, a commercial publisher, a trade association, the government, or is it self-published? All of you know that university presses are reputed for the quality of the work, and therefore these questions tell you about something which about the quality of the published material. Then the second aspect, scope and purpose. Authors or editors usually state the scope and purpose of the reference source either in the preface or the introduction. If you go through the preface or the introduction, you will get an idea of what is the scope of the work. From the description, the suitability of the book for the user can be easily assessed. The reference source should follow a definite plan. It should also be ensured that the plan is followed consistently, that is throughout the work. It should be complete in its coverage. There should be a balance in the selection of topics. The questions to be asked in this context are: 1. What is the purpose of the document? 2. Has this purpose been fulfilled in the work? 3. What is the coverage of the document? And 4. Is there consistency in the planning of the document? If the answers to these questions are satisfactory, then the work can be treated as an ideal work. Then the third criterion, that is treatment. The style and level of treatment of the subject is of prime importance from the user's point of view. Similarly, the accuracy, objectivity and clarity should also be checked. The information provided about facts, persons, places, etc. should be authentic, reliable and complete. It is also important to check whether there is any bias in the treatment of the subject. In other words, it should be ensured that the author has maintained objectivity throughout the document. The questions to be asked in this context are: does the work follow a lucid style? Are the information covered in the work are accurate and up to date? Then third, is the treatment of the subject objective and free from bias? Now let us pass on to the fourth criterion, that is arrangement. The order of the contents or the arrangement of the information provided should be quite convenient to the users to consult, so that the required information can be located or accessed expeditiously with utmost ease. For this purpose, the information is usually arranged either alphabetically, chronologically, geographically or in a classified order depending upon the nature of the information given. Usually the alphabetical order follows either letter by letter or word by word pattern. In order to facilitate easy access, different types of indexes are also provided with sufficient number of cross references. You might have seen in books different types of indexes like author indexes, subject indexes, etc. Now the questions to be asked here are: 1. Is the arrangement helpful for easy location of the information? Then 2. Is there sufficient number of indexes? If there are sufficient number of indexes, okay, the work can be readily accepted in a library. Now let us pass on to the next criterion, that is format. The format includes the physical features of the document like layout, quality of paper used, typography, illustrations, maps, charts and nature of binding. The layout and size of the document should be attractive and convenient to handle. The paper used should be durable because of the likelihood of the frequent use of reference books. All of you know that reference books are constantly consulted and therefore the paper is of good quality. The illustrations, maps, diagrams, etc. should be attractive and well laid out so that the users can comprehend the information without difficulty. The questions to be asked here are: 1. Is the paper used is of good quality? 2. Are the typefaces or fonts used are attractive? Then 3. Are the illustrations, tables and diagrams are clear and attractive? Okay, now the next criterion, that is special features. The special features include the distinctive features which make the document more acceptable. They include the marked differences from the works of similar nature, additional information like use of more appendices, comprehensive bibliographies, revision policy to make the source current, etc. Say for example, as far as reference sources are concerned, revision policy is of utmost importance, because in order to make it current, the sources have to be revised periodically. The questions to be asked here are: 1. What are the distinctive features of the work? Then 2. what value added information is there. 3. Are the bibliographies useful and current? And 4. What is the revision policy of the document? Now, in addition to these, various authors have dealt with the criteria of evaluating reference sources. The famous author William Katz, has converged on the following criteria. They are: 1. Purpose, authority, scope, 4. Audience, cost, format, etc. Since most of these have already been dealt with, I am not going into the details of each. One distinctive feature here is the cost. As all of you know, cost is of utmost importance. If two things are equal, then the cost consideration is taken care of in the selection of documents. In addition to the above list, many authors have suggested different criteria like accuracy, currency, and objectivity also for the evaluation of the sources. And these criteria have to be strictly adhered to for the selection of documents in a library. As you know, reference sources are very costly, and therefore one has to pay more attention for the diligent application of these criteria. Now let us pass on to the criteria for the evaluation of digital resources. The World Wide Web, WWW, can be a great place to accomplish research on many topics, but putting documents or pages on the web is easy, cheap or free, unregulated and unmonitored. The great wealth that the internet has brought to so much of society is the ability for people to express themselves, find one another, exchange ideas, discover possible peers worldwide they never would have otherwise met, and through hypertext links in web pages suggest so many other people's ideas and personalities to anyone who comes and clicks. Herein lies the rationale for evaluating carefully whatever is available on the web. The burden is on the reader to establish the validity, authorship, timeliness, and integrity of what you find in the internet. In the general World Wide Web, there are no editors, unlike most printed publications, to proofread and send it back or reject it until it meets the standards of a publishing house's reputation. All these things are strictly adhered to in a publisher's firm, but this is not there in the internet. Most pages found in general search engines for the web are self-published or published by businesses with motives to get the users to buy something or believe a point of view. Therefore, if the users want to use it for serious research, need to cultivate the habit of healthy skepticism, that is, healthy evaluation of the documents, or questioning everything found with critical thinking. Answers to the following questions are helpful in deciding the suitability of the digital information contained in websites. Now, question number 1. What is the site's domain? Think of this as decoding the URL or internet address. The origination of the site can provide indications of the site's mission or purpose. The most common domains are .org, that is an advocacy website such as a not-for-profit organization, .com, a business or commercial site, .net, a site from a network organization or an internet service provider, .edu, a site affiliated with a higher education institution, .gov, that's a federal government site, .il US, a state government site. This may also include public schools and community colleges. Then .uk, UK stands for United Kingdom, a site originating in another country as indicated by the 2-letter code. Second question, what is the authority of the page. Look for information on the author of the site. Just like in the case of a printed book, here also you have to look for the author who has created the pages. In the internet, anyone can pose as an authority. Say the questions to be posed are: is the author's name visible? Does the author have an affiliation with an organization or institution? Does the author list his or her credentials? Are they relevant to the information presented? Is there a mailing address or telephone number included, as well as email address? Then there is some reliability for that. Then, is the information accurate and objective? There are no standards or controls on the accuracy of information available via the internet. The internet can be used by anyone, as I have already indicated, as a sounding board for their thoughts and opinions. Then here you have to worry about how accurate is the information presented. Are sources of factual information or statistics cited? Then if the sources are cited, you can be sure that that is reliable. Is there a bibliography included? That also points to the reliability of the information. Compare the page to related sources, electronic or print, for assistance in determining accuracy. That means that don't be carried away by the sheer fact that something is mentioned in the internet and don't misconstrue it as correct. So you have to tally it with other sources of information. Does the page exhibit a particular point of view or bias? Is the site objective? Is there a reason the site is presenting a particular point of view on a topic? That means you have to be very critical in determining whether there is subjectivity in the presentation of information. Then, does the page contain advertising? This may impact the content of the information included. Look carefully to see if there is a relationship between the advertising and the content, or whether the advertising is simply providing financial support for the page. This is very important while you are going through the internet sites. Sometimes, you know, some useful information may be there, but it will be loaded with the advertisements of the supporting firm. Then 4, is the page current? This is both an indicator of the timeliness of the information and whether or not the page is actively maintained. Is the information provided current? When was the page created? Are dates included for the last update or modifications of the page? Are the links current and functional? And then the 5th set of criteria: does the page function well? The functionality of the page is very important. The ease of use of a site and its ability to help you locate information you are looking for are examples of the site's functionality. Then the questions to be asked here are: is the site easy to navigate? Are options to return to the home page, tops of pages, etc. provided? Then, is the site searchable? Does the site include a sitemap or index? Then here, in addition to this, I have examined a number of library sites, especially library sites of American universities, which provide clear-cut criteria for the evaluation of digital resources. Here you can see the evaluation checklist provided by the University of California Berkeley Library as follows. Say, the questions they put forward are: what can the URL tell you? Who wrote this page? Is he or she or the authoring institution a qualified authority? Is it dated, current and timely? Is information cited authentic? Does the page have overall integrity and reliability as a source? What is the bias? Then, could the page or site be ironic, like a satire or a spoof? If you have questions or reservations, how can you satisfy them? If the website clearly answers these questions, and if only you are convinced, then only you have to consider it as a reliable site. Then another example is that of Georgetown University Library. Their site discusses the issue in greater detail, and you can refer to http://www.library. Georgetown.edu/tutorials/research guides evaluating internet content. That is the title. It will be worthwhile to go through the site on your own, because that is very well written, and almost all the criteria are explained in ample detail. Now let us summarize the session. Various approaches have been suggested by different authorities like Katz, Smith and Gates. Gary Gorman's comprehensive overview of this area cites other authors providing very detailed guidance for evaluating materials. Out of them, he offers a more manageable set of 6 criteria which can be concisely expressed as ASTAF's formula. ASTAFs stand for authority, scope, treatment, arrangement, format and special features. Katz, on the other hand, Katz, all of you know, is an authority on information sources, has put forward purpose, authority, scope, audience, cost and format. The criteria adopted for the evaluation of digital resources are the site's domain name, authority of the web page, accuracy and objectivity of the information, currency of the information, functionality of the site, bias of the information and techniques adopted for satisfying the queries. Before we attend the next session, try to attempt the given assignments. What are the points to be remembered while evaluating the print resources? What are the main criteria used for the evaluation of e-resources or electronic resources? A reference, Information Services, an introduction by K. Ann Castle and Uma Hiremath. Second, Student Guide to Research in the Digital Age, How to Locate and Evaluate Information Sources by Leslie F. Stebbins. Publisher is Libraries Unlimited. Third one, Evaluating Print versus Internet Sources. This is taken from the website of the Purdue University Online Writing Lab, and the site address is https://owl.english.purdue.edu/owl/resource. Next one also is taken from the website, and the title of the site is Evaluating Information Resources. It is retrieved from University of Alaska Fairbanks Elmer E. Rasmussen Library, and the site address is http://library.uaf.edu/lis101 evaluation. Next one is also a website, Evaluation and Selection of Learning Resources, a guide, and this is retrieved from http://www.gov.pe.ca/photos/original/ed_ESLR_08.pdf.
and welcome to the Interface program. Today we have with us Professor R. Raj Rao, author, Professor of English Literature at Pune University and one of India's leading gay rights activists. Sir, welcome.
Thank you.
We will begin our discussion with your own writings.
I have been writing for almost 25 years now, so it's been, a varied output. I've written poetry, short stories, novels, a biography of the poet Nissim Ezekiel, lots of critical writing and non-fiction, academic papers and newspaper columns, so it's been different things that I've been doing, different kinds of writing that I have done. My creative writing, of course, is poetry and fiction and also a few plays. This is what I regard as important, but the other work is equally important. The critical work is important. My biography of the poet Nissim Ezekiel still remains the only biography of a post-independence Indian poet in English. And then I've done some translations as well. A recent book of mine, a recent publication of mine is a translation of Lakshmi. Lakshmi is a transgender activist, and her autobiography, which first came out in Marathi, has been co-translated by me along with P.G. Joshi, and we've translated this into English, and Oxford University Press has just brought it out. So the different things I've done, and I think that that's how it should be. A literator must be able to practice different forms of writing and not just concentrate on one form. We're talking about multimedia, but within writing, I think there has to be a multimedia nature to it.
So the entry in Wikipedia about you begins almost like this. You are one of the leading gay rights activists in India. So could you elaborate on the kind of activism that you are involved in?
See, there are different kinds of activism, and my activism is literary and academic. It's not the activism of, say, people like Ashok Rao Kavi, who founded the Humsafar Trust in Bombay way back in 1990, or Bindu Madhav Khire, who founded the Sampathik Trust in Pune about 10-15 years ago, because that is grassroots activism. It has to do with field work and outreach work and so on. And but I'm not in that sector. I don't have a support group or anything, but I think that I think I've said this several times, that writing and activism are two sides of the same coin, not just for people like me, but for anyone who's concerned with with identity issues. Take Dalit literature. Take a writer like the late Namdev Dhasal. I'm sure it was the same for him, that his writing and his activism were two sides of the same coin. I guess it's the same for many women writers. So activism, yes, but activism through art and literature. And this is something that people don't understand. Marginal literatures, I think, have often been misread as literatures that have an agenda, that literatures that are propaganda, and that literatures that are inferior in terms of artistic ability. And all this is not true. It has to be dispelled, because one can have issues about which one is writing, and one can also be artistic and literary. Even Commonwealth literature began with that, I mean, wouldn't you say a writer like B.S. Naipaul or Salman Rushdie, don't they have issues that they are tackling in their work? And yet they are part of the canon. Whereas with gay writing particularly, and I'm not the only one to be saying this, there are others who would endorse what I'm saying. Somehow the feeling is that if you call yourself a gay writer, then it means your politics are being foregrounded and your art is taking a back seat. And that's not at all true. So actually I'm not sure whether I like the word activist, because the moment you invoke a word like activist, this is what people think, that writing is only an excuse for making political statements. But that's not how it is. My training is that of a literary scholar. I teach in an English department. I've been teaching for more than 25 years. And I think that for me, literary values in a work are as important, if not more important, than what you're writing about. So that's my position. And also that if you take gay fiction, at the end of the day, it's about love. We don't make such a big issue when writers write about heterosexual love, which everybody is doing. So I don't even like to use the word gay sometimes, because it's love. I mean, in some cases it's heterosexual love, in other cases it's homosexual love, but it's love. It's a love story. My novel, The Boyfriend, is a love story. My second novel, Hostel Room 131, is also a love story. My forthcoming novel, Lady Lolita's Lover, is also a love story. If the characters concerned belong to the same gender, that's just an accident. That's how I see it.
So, when we talk about your boyfriend, it deals with homoeroticism in a very apparent way, and it almost borders onto pornography or something like that. So, how will you respond to such a?
No, I'm very happy if you say that, because I don't have a moral position vis-a-vis pornography. I don't. If I say pornography is bad, then I'm assuming a very moral positionality, which is not what I do. I have frequently said that gay writing needs its own aesthetic. I recently said this at a conference, that gay writing does need its own aesthetic, and what that aesthetic would entail is also sexual explicitness, right? Now one can go into the reasons for that and ask why gay love stories are more sexually explicit than heterosexual love stories, though I'm not sure that that's always the case. But it is certainly part of my aesthetics, and so if you say verges on pornography, that makes me happy. It doesn't offend me. I don't believe in censorship and self-censorship, and I think that one must write as freely as one can, without bothering about offending people and so on, without worrying too much about worrying if something is obscene or vulgar or so on. I think that one has to write, and sex is very much a part of life. So to say that you can't express it in a novel or in a short story or in a poem, I think is being a hypocrite. So I'm totally against self-censorship, where writers think that, well, this is offending. And of course we are living in times where you've got to be careful, because I think we are living in terrible times as far as censorship is concerned, and you don't want to do things that might get you into trouble for no reason, if it can be avoided or if it can be said in a roundabout way. That's a nice thing about English, incidentally, that a lot of the time you get away saying what you want to say, because the people who are likely to take offense don't even understand what you're saying. With the regional languages, they don't have that luxury, because whatever they say is immediately taken at face value. But no, I mean, pornography is all right. I'm not making a distinction between pornography and non-pornography. If I want to write a sex scene, I'll write a sex scene. And if my publishers and editors don't have a problem with it, and they let it be, then I think that it's nobody else's business to worry about it.
Okay, so you consider it as a matter of openness of the society?
Yes, yes. The other thing I wanted to say is that when I write a homosexual novel or short story or play or poem, I'm not self-conscious about it. and I'm not apologetic about it. There's a lot of gay writing, particularly in the regional languages, which tends to be apologetic. So it operates at a level where, you know, the person concerned is trying to come out to parents, is trying to come out to friends, and is having a lot of trouble doing that. My work is not like that. My characters are sort of in your face gay, and they realize that just as some people are straight, other people will be gay. So there's no point in being apologetic and you know, and being self-conscious about it. So that's partly why you might read it as pornography, because it is in your face. If you take The Boyfriend, I mean, UD is cruising, the very first chapter is called Gentleman, and it's set in a train station washroom in Bombay, the Churchgate station. And, you know, that has been a hot cruising spot for a long time, and he's cruising there, and, you know, he's not worried. Actually, he lives with his mother, but his mother has gone someplace, and he picks up a boy and takes him home because there's no one at home. But he's not self-conscious, or he's not guilt-ridden. What if my mother comes to know? And, you know, so I think that for me, being gay also has to do with decentering the idea of normativity. This whole business of you know, being honest and being good and being monogamous and being faithful and being dutiful is a normative idea. So my stories unfold in a way which proves that for me the important thing is to dismantle the idea of normativity.
Professor Rao, you are one of the leading champions of LGBT writing. So, could you tell us something about the present position of LGBT writing and its place in the Indian syllabus? And maybe you must have worked, you must have put in some work to bring that into Indian syllabus, no?
Yes, there's a fair amount of LGBT writing by this time. Incidentally, LGBT stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender. And by this point, there's a fair amount of it. There are two major anthologies which were brought out by a leading publisher, Penguin, in 1999, so that's a while ago. Yarana and Facing the Mirror. Yarana is gay writing from India, and Facing the Mirror is lesbian writing from India. But about 3 years ago, another anthology of queer writing came out. It was called Out, Stories from the New Queer India. And there have been full-fledged novels, there have been my novels, but there have been other novels and short stories as well that people have been writing. So I think the body of gay writing and lesbian writing will, you know, it has existed and it will continue to exist. Then there has been the other kind of critical writing, of which there's also been quite a lot until this time. And, you know, these are by mainstream scholars. There's the book Phobic and Erotic. There's the book Same-Sex Love in India, readings from literature and history, edited by Ruth Vanita and Salim Kidwai. There's the book Because I Have a Voice. There's the book Forbidden Sex Texts, written by Hoshang Merchant. And all these were published by major publishers. The publishers are Macmillan and Penguin, Routledge, Seagull. So the two kinds of writing go on simultaneously. There is the literary representation of same-sex love in the fiction and the poetry that we have, and then there's also the theorizing of it in these other books that I mentioned. So what happens is that by this point, there's also my own book, Whistling in the Dark, 21 Queer Interviews, which is made up of interviews with LGBT people. And the nice thing about that book is that it talks to people across a spectrum of values. So there are university professors, but there are also people who work as, say, auto drivers and so on. That book was almost done the way a sting operation is carried out, and my publisher Sage at that time was very cooperative. They allowed the book to go to press without even getting sort of written consent from some of the respondents, because we changed their names and so on. And we pointed out to them, to the publishers, that since we were asking very personal questions, people wouldn't give their consent. So we sometimes didn't even tell them that we were interviewing them for a book and so on. So there's all that work. So what happens at this point is that there's enough fiction, poetry, drama. There's Mahesh Dattani's plays as well, which I forgot to mention. And there's enough theoretical material available to start a very good university course at the PG level or even at the UG level. And in my own university, the University of Pune, I have been offering the course that I call it Queer Theory and Literature, but the syllabus calls it Alternative Literature. 2. Alternative Literature. 1 is Dalit writing, Dalit Sahitya. The University of Hyderabad has been offering a course for a long time. I think Kalyani in West Bengal, because wherever there are LGBT people on the faculty, you can be sure that they will want to start a course like that. So there's Niladri Chatterjee at Kalyani, there's Oshang Merchant in Hyderabad, there's me in Pune, and then other universities. JNU, I think, has had several dissertations on LGBT studies. Delhi University, the major universities and even the smaller ones, I think, are catching on. The thing about research is that, one is obliged to look for new things to research. And in a way, it's a bit opportunistic because people just want to latch on to the bandwagon. So there's a lot of research going on which is not coming from conviction or anything. It's just that researchers are desperate to look for new areas of research, But the end result is that there are courses that are being taught. There's research at the MPhil and PhD levels, and that's going on. All this is a good thing, and I think the future for LGBT studies in Indian universities is bright. In Western universities, it has already been around for a long time. But Indian universities are finally, I think, catching on. And I think the years to come will see more and more work in this direction.
Professor Rao, there's something that's called cultural wars that has taken place in American universities, no? So is there something that is taking place, something that's similar to that in Indian universities with regard to the maybe inclusion of Dalit literature, LGBT studies and all that? Do you find some kind of resistance, or you find the opening up a very easy process?
No, it may not be easy. Like I just said, if it's visible now to a greater extent than it was visible earlier, it's partly because of the opportunism of teachers and students who are looking for new areas to research. This does not necessarily mean that they've overcome their own conservatism. And that's what I meant by saying that there's a bit of hypocrisy here, because they may be conservative and yet they find that they have to be open to new areas of learning and new systems of knowledge and new kinds of research. Also, furthermore, the change happens more in the cities than in the smaller universities. So the universities that I mentioned are, of course, the metro universities. In the smaller universities, in the undergrad colleges, I'm not sure whether the same changes are reflected there. Because academia tends to be conservative. Academia, I think, is the slowest to take note of changes that go on around us. I mean, there are English departments that are still stuck with Shakespeare and, the writers of the English literary canon. And they are completely unwilling to go beyond that and explore new areas and new territories. So it's varied. I don't think in a country as vast as India you can generalize. There would be universities which are very forward-looking and even radical, but equally there would be lots of other university departments of English which are extremely conservative. This conservatism is a result of lethargy on the part of teachers who are unwilling to acquaint themselves with newer things. I mean, I'm sure there are lots of teachers who still depend on their own notes which they took during their own student days, and this is what they do in the class. So there's all kinds of universities, and I don't think one can generalize. But a change has been made, a beginning, not a change, a beginning has been made, and I hope, I'm optimistic that as the years go by, we'll see a greater willingness. Let me put it that way. We'll see a greater willingness on the part of teachers and students to acquaint themselves with new things.
Professor Rao, from the academic side, we will move on to the social side. Recently, the Supreme Court of India has again recriminalized same-sex love and same-sex intercourse and things like that. So how will you comment on such a verdict and its impact on the Indian society?
I think so much has been written about this in the newspapers, in the media. I myself write a weekly column for a tabloid newspaper in Pune, and frequently talked about this judgment and its implications. Needless to say, it's extremely unfortunate that a judgment like that came out. I might tell you that nobody expected it. Everybody thought that the Supreme Court would uphold the Delhi High Court judgment of July 2009. So I think it came as a big blow and a big shock to all concerned, including people in the legal profession. I was reading a book called Courting Injustice. It's by a lawyer by the name of Rajesh Talwar, and he was one of the first people to file a petition in the Delhi High Court for the scrapping of Section 377, even before the Nas Foundation did it. And his book came out before the 2013 judgment. And he says somewhere in the book that, he almost takes it for granted that the Supreme Court will uphold the verdict of the Delhi High Court. So when that 11th December judgment of 2013 came out, it was a big shock to all of us and a very unfortunate thing to happen. So what can one say? I mean, Supreme Court judgments are final and binding. They can't be challenged, although there is a curative petition pending in the Supreme Court to rehear the case. And that in a way is the only option now. The government certainly isn't going to do anything about changing the law. So that's where we are, and it's a big setback. I mean, there's nothing more I can say, because you can't appeal against a Supreme Court judgment, and it's a big setback because technically it even makes an interview like this a criminal activity. Because if a certain kind of love is illegal, then talking about it and writing about it should also be illegal. So that's where we are. I mean, I think it's a stalemate, and we are up against a wall, and I don't know.
Okay, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I enjoyed giving you this interview. Okay. And I hope it's useful to the students who will see the program. Thank you.
Welcome to the session on Introduction to Aesthetics, Part 2. Aesthetics is a branch of philosophy concerned with art and beauty. It is a relatively new branch of philosophy that originated in the early 18th century in England and Germany, or 2000 years after the beginnings of other branches of Western philosophy, which began in Greece around 600 BC. Aesthetic, as the study of art and beauty, is closely related to the concept of aesthetic experience. Alexander Baumgarten, during 1714 to 1762, who coined the term aesthetics, argues that human experience the world in one of two fundamentally different ways: logically and aesthetically. Logical experience is the most common way in which we see and experience things by classifying them in practically useful ways. Aesthetic experience, by contrast, is looking at things for their own sake. Just think about how we enjoy looking at a rose or watching a sunset. The main question for aesthetic as a branch of philosophy is, what is the nature of aesthetic experience? You don't have an aesthetic experience because the object you are looking at is beautiful or because it is a work of art, but it is beautiful because you are looking at aesthetically. It is art because it has been made to be looked at aesthetically. Art and beauty, therefore, according to the 18th century aesthetic investigations, are subjective and psychological. They do not exist objectively as properties of object, but only as human ways of perceiving objects. But because our sense organs are similar, our experiences, though subjective, are roughly similar. So even though aesthetic qualities are subjective and psychological and culturally relative, they can be explained as potentially universal for all humans. According to the 18th and 19th century tradition of aesthetics, what we call art is those objects made by people to be enjoyed aesthetically. The early Paleolithic people who produced the famous cave paintings did not make them simply to be viewed, but for ritual, ceremonial and religious purposes. But today we appreciate it as work of arts, though the people who made it never thought of it that way. We may call this art before art, since art created as art, not as religious icons. Aesthetic experience and aesthetics, as the study of aesthetic experience, are notions that have not always existed since the dawn of human society or since the beginning of Western civilization. It is a relatively new development. Though aesthetics as a study of aesthetic experience is a new development, the question of beauty, which is also included in this field, has always been a perennial issue for the philosophers since Plato. So we have to consider these twin concerns, that is, the theory of beauty and the theory of art, separately. Now, as an introduction to the subject aesthetics, let us try to outline the basic historical roots along which the problems of aesthetics have evolved. As I have already mentioned, we have two major divisions in this session: the theory of beauty and the theory of art. We will start with the theory of beauty. Western theories of beauty start with famous Greek philosopher Plato during 428 to 348 BC. He has included beauty as a theme of discussion in his book Symposium. According to the Platonic philosophy, beauty transcends the world of sense experience, which means that the experience of beauty is unlike what would be described as aesthetics experience today. Plato draws a sharp line between beautiful things which we see, hear or touch in the world of sense and beauty itself which exists apart from the world of sights and sounds in what Plato calls the intelligible world. However, further he tries to discover the properties that all beautiful things have in common in the world of senses. There are beautiful things which are simple and beautiful things which are complex. The simple things have unity in common and the complex things have measures and proportion of parts in common, which is also a form of unity. But he does not think that the word beauty and the word unity are identical in meaning. Something is beautiful in virtue of its participation in the form of beauty, which is an ultimate abstract level. Aristotle, during 384 to 322 BC, a student and contemporary of Plato, rejected the Platonic view that the forms transcend the world of experience and exist in their own distinct realm. Aristotle maintained that the forms were embodied in nature as we experienced it and that they had no independent existence. For Aristotle, the world as we sensuously experience it is no basic way illusory, and his philosophy provides a basis for an interest in the phenomena of both nature and art. The next important philosopher is Plotinus during 204 to 269 BC. Plotinus' mysticism emphasizes even more strongly than Plato's philosophy the illusoriness of the world of sense. Plotinus accepts Plato's theory of forms and holds that the world of senses to some limited degree reflects and reveals the forms to contemplation. He, like Plato, argues that experience of beauty itself is not a sensuous experience but an intellectual one. Contemplation is the central idea in both Plato and Plotinus. But contemplation, they mean a kind of meditation in which a person has the object of his awareness some non-sensuous entity, for example, the form of beauty. It is in the works of St. Thomas Aquinas during 1225 to 1274 AD that Aristotelian philosophy received its most influential expression. Aquinas' conception of beauty is not an unworldly one. He defines beauty as that which pleases when seen. He also attempts to isolate the properties of objects which do please. He concludes that the conditions of beauty are three: perfection or unimpairedness, proportion or harmony, and brightness or clarity. Aquinas' theory has both subjective and objective aspects. The conditions of beauty are objective features of the world of experience. But the idea of pleasing as part of the meaning of beauty is a subjective element. According to Aquinas, in the experience of beauty, the mind grasps a form which is embodied in the object of the experience. For example, the mind grasps the form of hoarseness when the object experienced is a horse. As we have already seen, the 18th century was a critical time in the history of aesthetics. During this period, a number of British philosophers worked on the concept of taste and provided the basis for aesthetics in its modern form. Prior to this period, it was generally assumed that beauty named an objective property of things, either a transcendental or an empirical property depending on the theory. But the 18th century philosophers of taste shifted the focus of aesthetic theory. In order to furnish a basis for objective judgments of beauty, they concentrated on the elite faculty or faculties with which men react to certain features of the objective world. In George Dickey's words, The apparatus of taste is conceived of by some of them to be a special single faculty, that is the sense of beauty, by some to be composed of several special faculties, the sense of beauty, the sense of the sublime, and so on, and by some as simply the ordinary cognitive and affective faculties functioning in an unusual way. In short, these thinkers turn their attention in on the subject, that is human being, and analyze the states of subject's mind and his mental faculties. Another important development in 18th century was the introduction of the notions of the sublime and the picturesque into the aesthetic theory. Shaftesbury during 1671 to 1713 was one of the first 18th century thinkers to focus attention on the sublime. According to Shaftesbury, the vastness and incomprehensibility of the creation of God can only be described as sublime. He classified the sublime as one kind of beauty. Another important contribution of Shaftesbury is the introduction of the notion of disinterestedness. He argues that selfish or interested desires, of which the desire for possession is a paradigm, are destructive of aesthetic appreciation. In the theory of the British aesthetician Francis Hutcheson during 1694 to 1746, we see no trace of Platonic transcendentalism. His theory focuses on the phenomena of sense. In his view, the word beauty names neither a transcendental object nor any object which is seen, heard, or touched. Beauty names an idea raised in us, that is, it denotes an object in our private consciousness which is aroused by the perception of certain kinds of external objects. By the sense of beauty, he means a power or ability to have aroused in a mind the idea or feeling of beauty. Edmund Burke's during 1728 to 1797 book on the sublime and beautiful is a seminal work in the field of aesthetics. He regards the sublime as opposed to beauty. He rejects the theory of special internal senses and tries to make the ordinary pleasure and pain the basis for beauty and the sublime. The pleasure taken in beauty is love, that is positive pleasure, and this pleasure is generally related to the passions useful for the preservation of society. The pleasure taken in the sublime is delight, that is relative pleasure, and is generally related to the passion useful for the preservation of the individual. It is not so easy to understand the theory of beauty proposed by the German philosopher Immanuel Kant during 1724 to 1804, as he organizes his idea according to a complex system of philosophy bristled with technical terms. However, let us try to summarize his major ideas. Kant uses the term aesthetic in a very broader sense to include not only judgments of beauty and sublime, but also judgments of pleasure in general. For Kant, all aesthetic judgments focus on pleasure and it is subjective. Pleasure does not play a role in the cognition of the objective world external to the subject. He also thinks that such judgments are stable and universal in a way that other pleasures are not. He divides the discussion of his theory into 4 parts, each of which treats a major concept. These concepts are disinterestedness, universality, the form of purpose, and necessity. The theory may be summarized as: a judgment of beauty is a disinterested, universal, and necessary judgment concerning the pleasure which everyone ought to derive from the experience of form. In this theory, the concepts of disinterestedness, universality, and necessity are primarily involved with the experiencing subject, but the 4th concept, the form of purpose, focuses on the object of appreciation. He asserts that it is the recognition of the form of purpose, not recognition of the purpose itself, which evokes the beauty experience. For example, the design of a painting is the result of purposive activity of a human agent, whereas the forms of nature are the result of purposive activity of God. Before the 18th century, beauty was a central concept. During the century, it was replaced by the concept of taste. By the end of the century, the concept of the taste had been overrun by the concept of aesthetics. Now, we will turn to the other strain in the history of aesthetics, the theory of art. In this chapter, we will mainly discuss the imitation theory of art put forward by Plato and Aristotle, and the expression theory of art, a 19th century view which was the first theory to challenge the dominance of the imitation theory. The major difference between these two theories is that the imitation theory of Plato and Aristotle focuses attention on the objective properties of the work of art, that is, it is object-centered, whereas the expression theory of art shifts the attention away from the work of art to the artist. It is artist-centered. In the Republic, Plato says that an artisan who makes a chair imitates the form of chairness from the intelligible world, and an artist who paints a picture of the chair imitates the chair. There are then two levels of imitation. He asserts that artists are two times away from the truth, so that art cannot be a good source of knowledge. Aristotle, however, takes a direct interest in the art, or rather various genres of art such as tragedy and comedy. His main contribution to aesthetics is his Poetics, which is concerned with three genres of art: tragedy, comedy and epic poetry. The Poetics is basically a theory of literature and theatre. He has no hostility toward the world of sense as such, and consequently toward art which imitates the world of sense. He also proposes a subjective element known as catharsis in his theory of imitation. According to this, tragedy purges the spectator of pity and fear, and he leaves the theatre free of such emotions. In the beginning of 19th century, the imitation theory was called in question. During this period, the theory that art is the expression of emotion of the artist came to be the dominant view. The rise of the expression theory of art is related to Romanticism, an important intellectual and philosophical development of the 18th and 19th centuries. The main philosophical doctrines behind Romanticism were those of Fichte, Schelling, Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. Romanticism may be thought of as a reaction against empiricist philosophy and the scientific mentality, and as an attempt to reach behind the sensuousness of ordinary knowledge. In this context, emotion assumes an important role it had not previously had. It attained the privileged stature of a superior knowledge. Art began to be considered as the vehicle of this knowledge and competitor of science. The idea of the expression theory of art can be summarized as: art is expression of the emotion of its creator. Eugene Veron writes late in the 19th century, art is the manifestation of emotion obtaining external interpretation, now by expressive arrangement of line, form or color, now by a series of gestures, sounds or words governed by particular rhythmic cadence. Leo Tolstoy's version of expression theory brings reference to spectators, readers and the like into the definition of art. Art is a human activity consisting in this, that one man consciously, by means of some external signs, hands on to other feelings he has lived through, and that other peoples are infected by these feelings and also experience them. Now, let us sum up the three important accomplishments of this theory. 1. It re-established for art a central place in Western culture. 2. It related art to the lives of the people. 3. It attempted to account for the emotional qualities of art and the way in which art moves people. I hope you have got an elementary knowledge of aesthetics and the evolution of aesthetic ideas through ages from our brief discussion. However, what has been left out in this session also needs your attention. For instance, recent developments in the field of aesthetics have introduced a new area of study called the philosophy of criticism or metacriticism, which is conceived of as a philosophical activity which analyzes and clarifies the basic concept used by the art critics when they describe, interpret or evaluate particular works of art. So I think you enjoyed the session. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on Sigmund Freud's psychoanalytic theory. Introduction and structure of personality. All the theories in psychology that see human functioning based upon the interaction of drives and forces within the person fall under psychodynamic theory. Freud's psychoanalysis was the original psychodynamic theory. His psychoanalytic theory is described under three main headings: structure of personality, dynamics of personality, and development of personality. Structure of personality. In order to describe the structure of personality, the two models have been developed: topographical model and dynamic or structural model. Topographical model. According to Freud, the human mind has three levels of consciousness: the conscious, the preconscious, and the unconscious. The conscious mind is that layer of mind which contains memories, thoughts and desires of which we are aware at a given moment. Conscious state is related to the immediate experiences. As a result, conscious state represents the short and limited aspect of personality. The preconscious mind is the layer that stands between conscious and unconscious parts of mind and refers to those experiences of which the individual is not aware of a given moment but which could be recalled easily. The third is the unconscious mind. Many of the experiences conflicting with the needs, wishes, etc. of the individual may be immensely painful and hence may create strong anxiety to the organism. To escape from this danger, such experiences are pushed down into the bottom of the mind. Hence, at a given time, the organism will not be aware of these suppressed experiences. Neither can it bring these to the surface by ordinary means. This hidden area of the mind is called unconscious mind. Freud saw it as a dumb box for urges, feelings and ideas that are tied to anxiety, conflict and pain. We can use the metaphor of an iceberg to help us in understanding Freud's topographical model. Only 10% of iceberg is visible, that is conscious, whereas the other 90% is beneath water, that is preconscious and unconscious. Dynamic or structural model. Freud believed that personality structure is composed of three major systems: the id, the ego, and the superego. Each of the systems has its own properties and mechanisms, but they interact with one another closely, and the human personality is the outcome of such an interaction. The id. The id is the original system of personality. It is from this that the ego and the superego become differentiated. It is instinctual in nature. It is also the reservoir of psychic energy, which is called the libidinal energy. It furnishes all the energy for the functioning of ego and the superego as well. It operates on the pleasure principle, and it has only one motive, namely deriving pleasure for the individual. As such, it is not concerned with good or bad, right or wrong, real or unreal. This means that for the reduction of tension, it chooses a path which is most pleasurable to the individual. Since it cannot tolerate increase of energy, which when pent up produces tension, it functions in a manner helpful for discharging the psychic energy, thereby restoring the organism to a comfortably constant and low energy level. There are two processes employed by it for the fulfillment of its goal. They are reflex action and primary process. Reflex actions are inborn and automatic, like sneezing and blinking. They reduce the tension immediately. The primary process attempts to discharge the function by formulating an image of an object or action that will provide pleasure. The pleasure thus derived is unrealistic and only temporary. So a secondary psychological process starts developing. The ego. The ego develops out of it in order to facilitate the goals of it in a more acceptable manner and without causing danger to the individual. This is done by deriving energy from the id. Apart from it, ego has no existence, as it is a reservoir of all energy. While it functions on the pleasure principle, the ego obeys the reality principle. The ego distinguishes between the subjective experiences and the objective truth. The ego operates by means of the secondary process. It is realistic thinking. It is interested only in whether an experience is painful or pleasurable. The relationship between the ego and the id is intimate and complex. The ego may be servile and try at all costs to remain on good terms with the id, or the ego's concern with self-preservation may cause it to contest the impulsive id. Freud once said, "Imagine that the relationship between the ego and the id is similar to the relationship between a horse, that is it, and its rider, that is ego. While the rider usually determines the direction of the horse, there are those times when it is the horse who leads the rider." Freud regards decisions about when to bridle its passions and bow before reality, and when to side with them and take arms against the external world, as the ego's highest function. The superego. According to psychoanalytic theory, infants have no sense of right and wrong. Recall that only the amoral id is present at birth. At first, this function is carried out by the parents, on whom the helpless child must depend for many years. They reward certain behaviors, gratifying reassurance of their presence and affection. But they also punish other actions, a threatening sign that the child has lost their love and is now at the mercy of an awesome and dangerous environment. Partly to protect itself from such disasters, and partly because it identifies with the all-powerful parents, the ego begins to internalize their standards. This leads to the formation of the superego, a special part of the ego that observes and sits in judgment above the rest. The superego is partly conscious and partly unconscious. It starts to develop out of the ego during the 3rd to 5th year of life and continues to introject characteristics of teachers, teenage idols, and other authority figures, though these usually remain of secondary importance. Since the parents indirectly reflects the demands of society, the superego helps perpetuate the status quo. The superego includes 2 components: the conscience punishes illicit thoughts and actions, and the ego ideal rewards desirable behavior. A person who refuses to cheat or steal, even though no one else is watching, or who strives to do the best possible job without being supervised, is responding to the dictates of the superego. For behaving in such acceptable ways, the superego rewards the ego with feeling of pride and virtue. Unfortunately, psychic life is rarely this much pleasant. Much of the superego lies in the unconscious, where it is intimately related to the id. It condemns its illicit impulses as severely as actual misdeeds, but can directly influence only the ego. Therefore, both forbidden impulses and unacceptable behaviors cause tension to be generated between the superego and ego, and this is experienced by the ego as guilt or moral anxiety. Thus, Freudian theory regards the idea of a guilty conscience as a misnomer. Emotions occur only in the ego, so the conscience causes the ego to feel guilty. You feel guilty and anxious not only when you do something wrong, but also when you want to do something wrong, even if your illicit wishes beyond your awareness. Even though the ego may be unaware of the reasons for these unpleasant feelings, it is obliged to do something about them. It can obtain relief by substituting more acceptable thoughts or actions, or by resorting to defense mechanisms. It is possible for the superego to be underdeveloped, leaving the individual without effective inner guidelines. Children brought up without love do not introject proper standards, lack appropriate tension between the ego and superego, and have few qualms about aggressing against others. More often, however, the superego proves to be a harsh master and another potential source of danger. It may become so perfectionist and unrealistic that genuine achievements seem worthless. For example, a student who gives an excellent speech before a large group may feel little satisfaction because she made a few minor errors, or the superego may overstep its bounds and punish legitimate behavior. Dynamics of personality. Personality develops in response to 4 major sources of tension: physiological growth processes, frustrations, conflicts, and threats. As a direct consequence of increases in tension emanating from these sources, the person is forced to learn new methods of reducing tension. Identification and displacement are 2 methods by which the individual learns to resolve frustrations, conflicts, and anxieties. Identification. Identification may be defined as a method by which a person takes over the features of another person and makes them a corporate part of his or her own personality. One learns to reduce tension by modeling one's behavior after that of someone else. Freud preferred the term identification to the more familiar imitation. He felt that imitation denotes a kind of superficial and transient coping behavior, and he wanted a word that would convey the idea of a more or less permanent acquisition to personality. We choose as models those who seem to be more successful in gratifying their needs than we are. The child identifies with its parents. They appear to be omnipotent, at least during the years of early childhood. As children grow older, they find other people to identify with whose accomplishments are more in line with their current wishes. Most of this identification takes place unconsciously and not, as it may sound, with conscious intention. This emphasis upon unconscious modeling distinguishes Freud's identification from Bandura's observational learning. One usually selects and incorporates just those features that he or she believes will help achieve a desired goal. There is a good deal of trial and error in the identification process because one is usually not quite sure what it is about another person that accounts for their success. One may identify with animals, imaginary characters, institutions, abstract ideas, and inanimate objects as well as with other human beings. Displacement. When an original object choice of an instinct is rendered inaccessible by external or internal barriers, a new cathexis is formed unless a strong repression occurs. If this new cathexis is also blocked, another displacement takes place, and so on, until an object is found that yields some relief for the pent-up tension. This object is then cathected until it loses its power to reduce tension, at which time another search for an appropriate goal object is constitute in such large measure the development of personality, the source and aim of the instinct remain constant. As a consequence of